Hello there, good afternoon and welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It is Tuesday, the 10th of January 2023, and we're back today to play more of Hexagon City, our current build in City Skylines. So we'll continue growing out our Hexagon based city and trying out various bits and pieces. It's in Sandbox mode, so we're kind of just trying to learn more about the game, how things work, how they fit together. And you know, see how things go. A few points to focus on, one of them being traffic around the hexagon shape, something very interesting. So we're trying a few different road layouts today, see what impact that has as we've developed the city quite big now. And then tourism is a big focus that we're still yet to look at, and various other little ideas we had during the last session that I would like to still try out. Today will be the penultimate session of Hexagon City and City Skylines, so Friday will be the last session. That's the next time we're streaming the game, and that's going to be a shorter stream than usual on Friday. Need to finish up a little early. I mean, still we'll do about 4 hours or so, so not a short stream but shorter than usual. And we'll wrap things up then, finish everything we're trying out, and then we'll take a break from cities. It might become a game I use to make content directly for YouTube, shorter videos about specific issues and specific things we've learned about the game, to kind of focus on those and make some content there, or it may return as a game we stream again with a big city build at some point in the future. Certainly next week this time slot will be replaced with something new. Not sure what yet, but something new. So yes, like I say, we're going to wrap things up in Hexagon City over the next 2 sessions, and hopefully we'll have time to try everything out. I expect we will do. Let's jump in and get the city running, as we are still waiting on things to grow and develop. There will be period of instability for a while as we've zoned quite a lot out and it still needs to grow and develop. We do still have this issue. Looked into it but couldn't find any further information. Our public transport lines keep reporting a dead end problem, and the lines themselves are incomplete, and some of them have created like a random stops in the middle of nowhere, so I'm not sure what's causing it. It didn't appear to be preventing people from actually taking the journeys they're supposed to take, but something's certainly not right about it. I mean, when this northwest loop says there's 4 stops, that's what it should be. That one's fine, in fact. It's reporting an issue then. There's a orange line. East University says 6 stops, which is correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there seemingly isn't actually a problem with it, but it's trying to stop over here when it shouldn't be. No idea what's causing it, but it was a real pain last time. We might need to just reset them all now when they're broken, and that might leave them running for the whole session okay, because they don't look okay at the moment. Let's do that. Let's reset the East University route. Someone goes just in a loop around the eastern half of the city. This one, so it's East Uni. That was coloured in orange. It's fixed for now. Should be a line under here that isn't working. So that is The south and west tourist connection. Let's redo that. That's vibrant pink colour. From there, just into town and out again. Go. So that is south and west tourist connection. There's this kind of pink edging towards the red. Like that, that'll do. Sorry, cough has got me pretty bad today, it seems. Okay, so there's something wrong on this loop as well. So this is the green one. West University loop. Go, that can stay in green, but it just needs renaming. This uni is fine. This one didn't rename properly. Must have done something wrong there. The others look okay. No, like, dead-end warning signs or missing coloured lines or anything, so hopefully they are okay. We had trouble with the boats as well. It seems okay now. We removed, I think, the one over here. Yeah, just while we try and work out what was going on. This harbour, yeah, still has this boat that's flickering in and out of existence. Empty boat. Passengers are still arriving, so it's at least functional. And then the trains, I don't remember seeing any for a long time, and they're not got passengers, so I'm just going to try rebuilding these buildings to elevated train stations we have. Just see if it makes a difference. Reset some logic or something. I think it's going to be buggy until we're done with the session. This one was on the ground. Okay, there we go. Seen the symbol appear there, so it's, yeah. Whatever's causing it wasn't fixed in between the last session and this one, so we're still going to have that issue for a while, I suppose. Just have to leave it running, I think, and not worry about it too much. Can't particularly fix it, then we'll just carry on working on the other ideas we've had and leave it to it. So the main thing at the moment is we're leaving the city, the south is a bit we've developed most recently, so we're leaving that to grow and level up. Hopefully balance out demands a bit better over time. We'll see. And then we want to compare traffic between the north and the south, because the north has dedicated bicycle lanes and is encouraging the use of bicycles, and the south does not. My main thought about that is at every junction, they're quite well laid out to prevent too much overlapping of cars. So the one-way system, there is still merging, but there are no cars trying to cross another stream of traffic to go the other way. But there are bicycles doing that, which is something I hadn't thought of. So we've seen in a couple of occasions cars having to stop to allow a stream of bicycles to take a direction that cars wouldn't. It's possible that not having any cycling will improve traffic flow, even if it means more people are using cars. I should hope that it means more people are using the metro, but don't know. Generally everything else in the city is stable. We have seen or will see the commercial areas kind of collapse and rebuild a few times before things are done with these complaints. Complaining that they're not getting enough goods to sell, but it doesn't seem to be related to the supply of goods through the service points, as far as we could tell last time. It's more to do with the lack of demand for commercial zoning. We need to work out how we're going to fill the gaps in, so I would still like to kind of zone things into these areas around the incinerators and the power generation. Like commercial closest to it, a few more offices, a bit more residential. Kind of fill these edge points in with the same kind of building we've got everywhere, and then joining the north to the south in a way that looks cohesive is going to be a challenge. We are planning on putting unique buildings down the middle here for tourists to visit. But not sure how that's going to look in terms of making the big hexagon look like a big hexagon. Take some fiddling around and some more zoning of other things, perhaps. Interesting that there's high demand for office and nothing else. I've never had that issue before. The offices were kind of happy when it was just the north bit. It looks like most of the office buildings are built in and levelled, I assume. Still a few levels to go. Could make a difference. I think we should need to fiddle. Everything was balanced when it was just half a city. And it's a direct mirror, so it should be balanced in the end. Hopefully. Give it enough time and hopefully it'll be okay. That's a train, good. So if they weren't working before, they are now. Still no visitors, but so that confirms it is working. Still no visitors, even though some people have just come out of the front of the building. Curious, who are they? Tourists. Some unemployed people. Some people who live here, so just like a tourist. So that number should still be more than 0. Well, I suppose they were serviced this week, not last week. Perhaps that's the distinction. There we go. It's updated with a number. Okay. So trains are working, planes are working, and boats were working. Metro's probably working, so okay for now. Do need to look at which unique buildings we're going to want to build in the end and make sure we're doing everything to unlock them. So ultimately we're trying to build a monument, aren't we? The space elevator. So that's the one that's going to be most important, middle of the city. That's currently requesting an expo centre. Which I do believe we have unlocked. It's that one. That's not the only building that says it's a requirement for the space elevator. So even though it didn't show it on the space elevator, I do think it will ask for more even after we've built the expo centre, is my guess. Like the Opera House, for example. So it's a requirement, but we've got that unlocked as well. Which is good. Try and find any more that say they are required. So the Grand Mall is required for the space elevator. We don't have that unlocked. We need to construct an airport. Must be a different type of airport. We shall see. Transport tower is a requirement. It's a large office building, which, I mean, it says it's a 300 visitor capacity, which does suggest tourism visits. Not sure why they would want to visit an office building. If it's more for working, it might do better within the city rather than in the middle. No big deal. Anything else required for space elevator? I think this is the last tier that could be. Statue of Wealth, which we have already unlocked. Good, so the only one that we haven't unlocked that we believe we will need is the Grand Mall. That requires an airport. What did I build? Built like this one, which is the international airport, okay. Which combines airport and subway. So we need the actual traditional airport. Can we just build it, destroy it, and have unlocked the thing? Give that a go, can't we? If we just build it, destroy it. Did that... was that enough to unlock? Yes, okay. So we don't actually have to keep it or anything, that's fine then. Don't want to put them in until we're ready for them, necessarily, because it is going to change the traffic, so we might want to finish our experiments to work out what type of road we want before we put them in. Do need to work out how we're going to get the tourists there, so the metros at the moment, I guess, we've got some lines that run through the middle. We could just add extra stops to them, like in the middles, some fashion. Perhaps put a dedicated crossways line and then join it dead centre. Kind of like that idea. Split this hexagon in half, join the purple line, and run a deeper... yeah, because this is the upper one, so we could run a lower metro line that just goes across the middle for the other stops. Like that idea and might put it in. Somehow. We will need to split all the central hexagons to do that. So let's give them the usual pedestrian street that we split with. Yeah, some awkward. There's supports in the way, so let's remove them bits of road. Split the road. And rebuild 4-lane highways. Force the supports to be either side. That's incorrect, because we're in the middle of the junction, so it should be a 3-lane highway. It's not happy about it for some reason. There we go, that's fine. They don't need realigning because it's the 3-lane one, it's already aligned. Right, that's good. Okay, unpause. That's that one split. So it's going to be the middle of each junction and the ones in between each junction as well, probably. Hi Alizar, nice to see you. I'm just preparing a metro line down the middle that's going to connect all of the like unique buildings for the tourists together. Just like preparing ahead because we're still waiting for things to grow and develop here. When the south has fully developed, we'll watch the traffic and decide between bicycle lane or no bicycle lane. Then we still need to try, what if we turn this entire thing into pedestrian only? Or the majority of it. So we do need to like redo all the roads at some point. Just so we can see the difference, see what makes traffic work best. I assume that turning the entire thing into a pedestrian area is going to work best. Or that people... Yeah, I don't know how the traffic will behave, but there'll be none of it there, so that's got to work best. We'll find out, I guess. But yeah, these are going to go in so that we can have this type of metro station here. We're going to put them all along the middle. The central one's going to join the green line somehow. Probably need to be on the right hand side of the road. Not the green line. The purple line, that's the one. And then we'll have one that runs across the middle here, just back and forth. That's fine then. It's that one. So let's do the dead centre one. Put a little bit of pedestrian road in. You joined the highway. Fit one of these in somehow. It'd be nicer to offset it more so that it lines up. Because this is the one that's at the top there. That's what's going to have the right distance. That doesn't really allow us to then run a line across easily, neatly. So I think it's got to be that one, but that puts the north-south one further to the right. So it's whether we put them at quite a sharp angle to join into it, or move the pedestrian road over. For example, if we put it there instead. Doesn't want to go there. Slope too steep, space already occupied. Interesting. Can't see anything there that should be preventing it, unless it doesn't like having two pedestrian streets. No, so that's the furthest over. I guess it's too close to this junction, doesn't like it. It does, I guess it puts the pedestrian crossings in. Wouldn't have left that gap small enough, perhaps. That lines up fine anyway, not perfect, but better. So yeah, I think I'd rather have consistency on the surface. That's the one we look at most. And a few inconsistent sharp turns underground will be hidden most of the time anyway. Let's do so. Not this central like we have all of the others on the city. Cut these back away. Then want like a consistent distance. So let's say it's 20 units. That's to like there and then in. It's not so bad. Make this one the same length the other side. There we go. That's okay. Then yeah, back to the surface, get the highway reconnected. It's not happy about that now either. Neither. They are all connected, functional. Those train stations should be covered. Yeah, they're in the northern pedestrian zone. It's fine, so these supply points will get them. And these garbage points. They should be happy. Enough. And if we just unpause, we should see that line work itself out. Though it doesn't look like it yet. Let's edit the purple line as well. Oh. We ended up with two lines of too similar colour. Let's make that one more inky purple and that one more inky pink. No, that's not a good distinction. There's much we can do about it though. Oh, I'll make it far more red, but still not red. That's not bad. Yeah, distinct enough on the map. A little confusing, but good enough. Purple line has worked itself out, but should simply be able to add a stop in both directions at this point. There. It's gotten it confused though. Let's just do it again. The north-south loop be easier for my mind if we just do it again. So from the north to the centre now, to the south. Stop at the centre on the way back. No, can't do it. That could be why it had a problem. Didn't show having a problem before. There to... Something wrong. Can I get back to the north? No, even though it was okay before. From the north to the south and back. Also can't do. Something wrong about the angle of these tunnels, it must be. Can come down okay but can't go back. It's weird. Very weird. Don't really know what we can do about that. Try and join things up in a different way somehow. See an easy solution for any other approach. No, want this to work. Let's assume it is that bend, that it's a problem for whatever reason. Cut back further. From 2 hexagons away, let's get that lined up-ish. It's like 176-degree angle, there shouldn't be any problem with it at all that I can think of. Go from the middle to the south, yes, and back, yes, no. No, it won't come back. From the middle to the north. Yes. But it won't come back. Okay. Don't know the cause of that. See anything about that angle being a problem. Ah, that's okay now. We just needed unpausing. Not complete the line though. And now I can. Okay, just being a bit temperamental, I guess. So that is north-south with stops in the middle on both directions. Fine. Here's north-south loop, which was the like purpley purple. Good. It's got a dead-end complaint. The train is doing what it's supposed to do, so that's fine. Yeah, just they're being weird, and I don't know why. I don't have any recommendations from the internet on how to fix it, so they're just gonna have to keep being weird until we're done. Okay, let's do the last one that's in the middle of a junction. Split that road. Put the highway back in. Metro station in the middle. Good. Don't think that's enough. So that would essentially allow us to put a building in this hexagon and this hexagon that can be accessed very quickly by that metro line and walking. So with those split, we would fit 6 unique buildings. We want the monument itself, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think. No, we're going to need a stadium as well, so 6. Plus the monument, so we're going to need more. And then any of the optional ones that aren't related to the monument that still will be nice, like the Panda Sanctuary and stuff. Not sure about putting a stadium in the middle of town. I mean, I guess we'll do it and find out how bad it is. Okay, so we are going to need to split more. Like, it's going to be necessary no matter what. So let's do the ones between the junctions. This one, for example. Split the hexagon. And these are 4-lane highways. They're going to go funny because we've nudged nodes around, so I'll need to nudge their nodes around as well. The outside edges line up. Or either edge line up, I guess, will work. Same on this side of the world. Should do it. Good, so we just got the one over here to do as well. Did it with the pedestrian, rebuilt the 4-lane. And nudge all the nodes around to the right place. Side done. Last one on this side. There, they're rebuilt, so we're going to pause, let them go. And that gives us 10 hexagons to put special buildings in. Which is cool. I will want to add metro stations to the other splits we just done as well. So they have a stop in every spot. Then that creates for lower stations, which should be we can just draw a straight line between them all without anything else getting in the way because they're so far down. There we go. And then I'm not going to use the line yet, but it won't hurt us to build it. It's going to go stopping at every stop on the way to the west, and then stop at every stop on the way back. there's, you know, more unnecessary platforms, I guess, some heading north-south that we're not actually using, and I don't intend to use necessarily. We could put them into the uni loops, so like the orange loop could turn in and stop in the middle as well. Seems unnecessary, I hope. There'll be some internal traffic that will need to take the line up to the northmost or southmost point in order to then take the purple line in, which may prove to be too slow. So if the internal traffic is coming to these visiting locations by car, we might connect the orange and this green line into those spare stations, I guess. Which is fine. But most of the traffic going to those should be tourists who will be taking the lines that come into the northmost and southmost points anyway, and they can change from there onto the purple route. Again, I hope. So this is going to be centre line. Again, a colour that we're not currently using is... well, I guess we're not using black. Yes, yeah, that's fine. Means we're also not using white, so why don't I change the ambiguous pink to white? That would make that a bit more obvious. Good. How is development going? Not great from the looks of it. Still lots of empty spaces where the buildings haven't even gone in yet. I wonder if we put in some extra offices in order to satisfy this demand and kickstart things. Because although I find it weird that they're asking for it, they are asking for it. Or maybe we put some industry in, trying to avoid that in general, but we could give in and do it. It would be good for offices. Maybe, obviously got these double hexagons between each sector, so these ones haven't been developed. Maybe we put a bunch of offices in them to grow them out. Kind of like that idea. Let's start by filling that in. That one and that one, which will also be that one and that one to start with. See what impact that has on the demand charts. It obviously drops it immediately, but they'll need to grow and develop to find out the overall balance. It's hoping that dropping that causes an increased demand in residential and commercial, which is what should be growing into these hexagons. Mostly commercial. So a lot of the residential is looking fully developed. Not all of it, but a lot of it. Interesting. Well, you know, give it some time and what have you. Still do want to develop those points out, and I guess, having thought about that, do want to develop all the middle points as well if we're given an opportunity. And they've got good enough transport connections. And that would be good. Yeah, so zoning them has dropped all demand to very, very low. See how that balances out. Big complaints about lack of goods again all over the place, so as expected, it's zoning so much at once has unsettled the commercial development everywhere, which is a shame. Hopefully it balances later. Putting that harbour back in So this one is still misbehaving. It doesn't look to be dependent on only having one, so let's just let this traffic go past. We need to take out little bits of the road to let it get built in. I think we can keep one side of the road. That is 4-lane one way. 7 units forward. There we go. Should be able to put a harbour in there. Do. Connect them back up. See if that works okay. Should, I don't know. Likely they're both going to have flickering boats, but as long as they're still also getting passengers delivered successfully, then it's okay. It's traffic flow map. All the usual expected hotspots on the highway and junction coming off the highway. Still hovering around the 90% mark, which is good. Good. Check the level of the buildings. Looks like, yeah, the residential buildings that have been built are fully developed. There's a few gaps here and there. If they are zoned properly, they are. Growth has gone slowly. If it's left gaps, but the buildings it has built have levelled all the way up. It's interesting. Everything else is good. Don't know what else might need to check. Education level, I guess, reflects the ability for places to level up. North is fully educated by the looks of it. Yeah. Just got to wait for one of the demands to rise above the others to give us a clue on what we need to do to encourage more growth, I suppose. These offices we've just put in are still growing out. Well, again, the ones that are built have levelled all the way up very quickly, but hasn't built everything in yet. Is interesting too. To 76,500 population. It's a nice size. Room to grow still. Minus 80,000 a week income, so financially it doesn't work yet. The idea of running the city just off offices, no industry at all. I believe it should be possible to make it profitable. We're not really overdoing the services anymore, except perhaps these service points for the pedestrianised zone. We might be overdoing that, I guess. Could be contributing to not being able to maintain a profit. What are we spending on public transport? Because we've got a lot of metro routes. Spending a total of 28,000, which is a lot to be not making any money from. Or very little, only the tourists pay, I believe. Nearly 14,000 in metros. And then we're paying for the trains. Interesting. Guess people from our city could take a train away and we could charge for it. Obviously tourists take a train in and we do charge for that. Interesting. Expect that will balance out a lot better when we're actually attracting a significant number of tourists into the world. Because at the moment we're making like $200 a week, which is pretty much nothing. Because there's not much to do in the city yet. There will be. Offices are making 35,000. Didn't really clock from the last city how much we were making from the industry, but more would be my guess. Residential is making 200,000. So it does seems to me that industry is easier to make a profit from, but industry does have bigger traffic issues. Getting the trucks in and out. Service expenses are huge. Like we're spending 155,000 on parks, which is like crazy. 155,000 just on park upkeep. It doesn't seem right. Don't know, but that seems like a lot. Botanical Gardens 240. What have we got in each case? Quite a few things in the middle. Wonder what they cost. 64, 48. So in each case, maybe like 200 for each centre. So it's 1,000 in the north, 1,000 in the south. Don't know where that much expense is coming from. 40 there, 100 there, 2, 3, 8 with the Botanical Gardens, maybe another 1,000 aside. I'll be expected to be like 4,000 a week, not 155,000 a week. Can we see somehow a breakdown of, doesn't look like it, like which items are costing us that much money. It's income breakdowns by density and level, which almost everything we've got is high density level 5. No expenses breakdown. The budget, we can change the budget. We can't necessarily see what we're spending it on, but we could tell it to spend less. Create more happiness. Don't know if we need that or not. Yeah, not sure really how one would adjust the budget safely or accordingly. We can look at a happiness overlay, I guess. We can see that residential happiness is at 99%, so we can probably afford to reduce the number of parks or the amount we spend on parks. Commercial happiness is lower, don't know cause of that. They usually want more bus stops, is what we saw in the last city. I don't have any because I keep misbehaving. Sure, we can also, of course, increase our income by taxing more. The impact of that is happiness, I assume. If we increase to 10%, I expect the residential happiness to drop. Then again, don't know what the impact of having happy or unhappy people is. I mean, let's round all these up anyway. It's 9, it might as well be 10. Yeah, I don't know. What if they're unhappy? So this building it's showing is very happy, even though it's not got enough goods to sell. Don't know. Probably some help screen I've closed in the past that explained it. The offices that we built in are now all built and fully grown, and we now once again have high demand for offices, so we'll zone more of those in. Optimistic that we're going to fix the problem, yeah. Still happy about everything. Yeah, happy but no goods, happy but going out of business. Bit weird, but okay. Yeah, there we go. We'll zone a bit more office in. Yeah, like these guys. Not super happy, but they're still happy and they're about to collapse. Don't know the cause of that. Various things that give them happiness, but I don't know what the consequence is. I guess being unhappy might cause residential buildings, the people to leave, perhaps. Will unhappy businesses make less money, maybe? I haven't really seen. Just assume that you want everyone to be happy at all times. To take a look at this area, because if it looks like we're going to need to put more offices in after this cycle as well, as that's what's in the highest demand. So to look at how we're going to do that, these two would probably do for it, and then residential on the ones that touch it. A little bit more on, I don't know, it's a bit messy around this area to start doing things differently, so I guess we'd ideally do mixed ones like we have here, interspersed with residential ones. So mixed and mixed, residential, residential, mixed, mixed and mixed. No, it doesn't really work good. At least do one row of it. Two mixed ones in the middle, residential ones on those, because they will all be touching all office then, which is what residential should be. Some spots where that's not the case, but how things have shaken out. For now that's consumed all the office demand, so we'll just have to see after these have built and fully developed whether that demand returns or it will be turned for something else. Certainly, even though they were happy with the ratio when it was just the north of the city, it evidently wasn't correct. Or perhaps the balance of the three types changes as your population grows. Perhaps you need workplaces proportionally. Don't know. Still a lot over here that hasn't grown in. There's a lot over here that, yeah, has collapsed. Business holes appearing in the areas where the commercial used to be. do still think there's too many, or too much plain green land on show. Don't know. Usually just zone what they ask for. Yes. Yeah. You wouldn't typically zone in a city like we have, where you like zone in an entire city even though they're not asking for anything. You can only get away with that because it's a sandbox mode. So you'd normally just wait for them to ask for a little bit and put a little bit of that in. Like repeatedly keep doing that. Yeah. See? Time it should steady out, but if something is spiking all the way to high demand, then it suggests it's not going to develop the rest of the city until we give that to them. So if offices is rising back up to high, then I'd go for it. Yeah, they keep asking for more. So when this lot's, which it's already getting to maximum level, all the buildings are built in, I think, that they can fit. Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah, and the demand is still growing up to high now, so they're going to need more offices. Yeah, just whether that's going to change the balance later. So there's no point in zoning in or planning to have an equal number of everything from this point. We need to plan to have more office because that's what they're asking for. If offices get upset if they're near noisy things, don't think so. Commercial doesn't, we know that. But we don't need more commercial. Might be inclined to fill in those with commercial. No, actually I'm more inclined to not fill them in at all. Perhaps put low density next to it. Low density commercial around the edge of the incinerator area, the garbage area. Then no, they don't. Yeah, so we can put them close to the solar farm, for example. Perhaps it's this whole row. Yeah, and use office buildings as a buffer. Yeah, yeah, which would be pretty good in this row, and then more residential behind it, if we can get to the point where they ask for more residential. Let's try that. We'll start, because there's no metro station here, is there? No, there's like no public transport at all, so put one in and connect it to this central empty one. Still a bit awkward in terms of people getting around, not terrible. Probably worth doing so. Or we would need a bus route, or bus routes to get from places there, which the metros have been dodgy, but the bus routes were really bad last week, so it's simpler to put a metro station in. Let's do so. Split the centre hexagon, that's this one. We have, it doesn't need to be that metro, it could be a simple one. Whatever, wherever. Connect that to this spare one, so this is just going to have to come up. We can line up where it's going to be. There. We need to be 12 units forward. A 12-unit corner. Can't do that. Ah, there we go. Get the sweet spot, and it's okay. come line up some distance from there, let's say 20 away, so come 64 forward. And let it drop and nudge over to get into the lower station. Looks okay. We will do the same the other side. Middle one. It's the regular old metro station in. Is that right? Doesn't look right. Snap to the next one, hang on. Neither of those look central. Oh, it might be because the road at the top is the medium road, so that would be central. It's fine. Metro line. Is it 12 forward? 12 around the corner. Then that distance is 84, 85. 85, so 65 forward. That's not right. It's 85 units. 65 there. Okay, fine. Connect over 20, yeah. Just looks funny because it's so far underground, I guess. It's good, that's them joined. Let's make the route from there to the middle, to this side, back to the middle, back. That we're going to call that south loop, I guess. Southeast, southwest, and south. It'll do. Unique colour. Kind of running out. We can get that different shade of pink, I guess. We will need another one for the north loop to work out what colour we can do. That's fine. So they can get there by metro now, whether that's on one line or multiple lines, but relatively easily. So let's fill the one next to the metro in with office to start with. Do the same in the north, so split that hexagon. If I can find the middle. And the one on this side. Good. The metro stations put in. Distances should all be the same, so 12 forward, 12 corner. This side I think was 84 away. No, slightly different, as always. 85, so come forward 65, then join it. Looks steep. Don't know, looks steeper, but shouldn't be, should be the same. No big deal. As long as the train agrees to do it, then it's fine. 12 forward, 12 unit corner. 65 forward. And join this. That's not right. Hey Clint, hello. Nice to see you. How's it going? Good, I think. Those definitely in the wrong place. Traffic flow so far, very good. City's still kind of developing, growing in some of the zones. You can see like the failing businesses where it hasn't balanced out right, but shouldn't be long now until we've kind of got the bulk of the population into place. And so far, traffic's still around 90% flow. Looks like the biggest problem areas we're going to have are the actual junctions coming off the highway into the city. See how they do when if the volume picks up. Or hopefully we can get the out of town public transport connections to do the job. Water shortage, let's expand water income a little. In general, it seems to do good with the traffic around the city, in and out and everything. Not sure about like bus routes. We tried to plan some last week. It appears we've got a little glitch that's making them go funny anyway, but just even ignoring that, because of the one-way nature of it, it makes for some pretty weird routes to get across certain places, and then in the same fashion some of the service buildings have to take, like the hearses from the crematoriums have to take a funny route to get to specific buildings. But in general, it does seem to be doing what I was hoping it would do in terms of traffic flows like on a roundabout, and can get to buildings like it's on a grid system. Yeah, buses wouldn't... Yeah, they don't seem to be a good fit for getting people around. Primarily we want to focus on getting people walking. We're doing a bit of an experiment to see whether cycling makes things better or worse. So they're cycling in the north and not in the south, so we can compare that. But I feel like getting people cycling would be good. And then we've got an extensive metro system underground as well, to get between different segments of the city, and then from the out-of-town connection points for the hopefully for tourism when we expand the demand for tourism. So it seems viable. I wouldn't necessarily recommend people build a city that's entirely hexagons, but it seems like a reasonable thing you could include in a city. Well, part of it is developed into a hexagonal pattern to help the traffic flow, while also being able to get those straight edges to put buildings on. Certainly, we're still doing some experiments with like the pedestrianisation as well. So there's still quite a bit of fiddling around to do to find out kind of what the limitations are and everything. And like I say, yeah, tourism we're going to expand in the centre here. Then we'll see if we've got time. I might use the space in the middle using pedestrianisation to expand even more buildings into each hexagon and try and push the density to increase traffic and see if we can break it. Do want to just check, don't we? Are we... It's remembered not to despawn, which is good. Those lines I just built in are not in the right spot, so I just want to adjust them. This side of town is aligned a little different. Oh, that's a cool idea, Macklin, yeah. Put the little, whatever they're called, the disaster bunker, the emergency shelter or whatever it is, in the centre of like a pedestrianised bit in the middle, and then if there's a disaster they could all just run into the middle of their hexagon, and that'd be very cool. Yeah, it would be very expensive. It's also that DLC breaks one of the mods that I'm using, so I don't want to get it, but okay, so that's actually going to be on the other side of the road there, so we want to go forward another 6 and then do the corner. It's the corner, and that should line up better. Yeah, 85, so 65 forward. Plug it into there. That looks better. 6 more units forward, then we do the corner. 65 along and join. Good. Set up the actual route. Good, so that is north loop. We need a colour for it. I get a turquoise that's distinct. Like a mint green, yeah, that's distinct from the cyan. Yeah, enough. Barely, but make that a little bit more green. Is that distinct from green? Yeah, that's okay. Okay, that's good. That means we can zone in the offices around those stops as well. It's still the leading demand by a long way. More office, more office. Very much from the number of gaps that it will still want more office next as well. It will trying to fix it. It's probably best to take our time and give it what it wants when it asks for it than trying to guess ahead. It's going to say
done, Mr. Freeman. I will see you up ahead.
Evac Creatives Minds, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Nice to see you. What about a canal route? Yeah, it'd be a bit awkward, wouldn't it? So the ones where we've split them, we lose a few buildings. Get the zoning. So the ones on the the corner points of the hexagon, you only get these like weird single and double squares, so losing a bit of that for something to come in isn't a big deal at all. That's fine. These ones that actually front against the straight edge are where you get like your nice big buildings like that one there. You kind of want to preserve that. So when we literally split it down the middle there, you lose some of the big buildings like we've got here, but you do gain. For example, we've got like the metro stations and the parks on the middle there. That it's quite a significant extra amount of space to build. So there's kind of a balance of it's okay to split the hexagon and lose some of the edge if you can then build in the middle.
Greetings.
So pedestrianised ones are good and worth it, but I'm not sure about canals. I don't think there's enough you can kind of do on a canal to make it worth. It would look lovely. I'm not sure about doing more. We Rising, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate it. I mean, what transport options? I don't think you can. You can't do like a. Don't know the word for it, but you know, if you're in Venice or a city with lots of canals, they do transportation along the canal. Don't know if that's an option. Evac Creatives. Looking around, found the stream. Are you working on graphics? No problem. Let me make a note that it's what you do. I'm not looking for anyone at the moment, but I might be shortly. So I may have a look and reach out if I do want anything doing. got here. So it's ferries that you can use. Ferry depot. Depots don't act as stops, can be connected to lines, need to be able to find their way. Seems like a ferry stop that fits in a canal. It's interesting. I don't have a Discord at the moment, mate. I haven't set one up yet. Don't think it's necessary yet. But I am on Twitter if you want to send some examples. Or yeah, your portfolio would be good. Let me just get that linked there. So you can send them to me on there and I can take a look. Pier. So what's the difference between a ferry pier? Pretty big. And a ferry stop, kind of small. Interesting. Pier stops, depots, open water. Interesting system. You've got a deep canal, for example. Build it out in the middle of nowhere, see if we can. That you would connect to open water, I guess, to get water in and fill it up. Then they... that's very interesting how that fits. Hard to see it in the night time. We might need to wait for the day to come up to see it, but kind of sits back a bit. A lot of the like the pier bit, the wooden pier bit, is over the land. Just a small bit sticks out into the canal. It's kind of very interesting. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We know you can do something like that. What are the different canal options? So you've got a shallow. It's equally as wide, just not as deep. Yeah, okay. Not sure what. Like, why wouldn't you just build the deepest one? Cost's the same, the upkeep's the same. Then there is a wider one. Which I guess if you've got multiple lines going every which way, you'd want a wider one. So how does that compare to a road is my first thought, size-wise. So a large road is smaller than even the narrow canal. It's interesting. So you wouldn't you would lose quite a lot of the space in the hexagon, but you could organise things differently. Shame really. A lot of the road we need to, well, either to maintain the pattern or to help with the way that the one direction system carries things. So I was thinking we could take out this row in the middle and replace it with a canal, but it kind of needs to be there for the way that the cars flow around these junctions. So you need the canal to flow at a point where you can get bridges over it, I guess, all the way along, which I don't think would get like in the dead centre, because that would have been kind of nice to have all the tourist buildings we're putting in the middle. Currently they're connected by metro, but it'd be kind of cool to connect them by canal instead. Just don't think it'll quite fit in this layout. They would run better north to south, because that's where you've got the flat edge to cut through. Like you can bridge over a canal quite easily like that. And that would also interfere with anywhere where we've split it with pedestrian. It is. It's a cool idea. I don't think we'll be able to put it into this city, which is a shame. If I grab a hexagon, take it out to an area we can sandbox, then you'd be able to get. Thank you very much, Evac. Yeah, I'll take a look after I'm finished streaming today, obviously. Thank you very much. We did, yeah, a wide, deep one. Man, that is big. Okay, you can't. Rain isn't helpful. You can't just build it like under the road. The shallower one. No, what about the narrower one? No, so we need to take the road away. Somehow find where the middle is still. Somehow. See if that lets us line up on it. No, it won't. Canals don't seem to snap to the road easily, at least. Other than actually to the end itself, which you obviously can't overlap on. Fine, I mean you can guess roughly, I guess, like that. Out there. Don't use snap. They snap to themselves, you know, like so, but not to the roads and not to the grid system, which is have all, yeah, apart from guidelines on the roads, which I guess that works. Yeah. Road guidelines will work because it'll create that line and then pull from like that. So that's the wide one, and if we wanted to reconnect the like avenue road that goes over that, it's that one I think on the south. It won't do it, which I'm not surprised. The distance between the end of that road and the edge of the canal is pretty dang close, so that won't work. Let's put the guidelines back in a little further away. So if we try the narrower canal instead. Still not that narrow. That won't go over either. Interesting. Do you have to be elevated to get over it? There's a way we can work this out. What was that? 10 units. Yeah. Okay. So that's 11, so 3 more units forward. If you can't bridge the gap from the floor, Ah, yes you can. That's interesting. It's the length that it was trying to put a support in the middle. Okay, that's... Okay. Look at that up on this end. Need to get the road closer first, which is not going to happen with that size of road. Using the smaller road, you can get it closer. Still won't span the gap. Link between the furthest part instead. Yes. But... like that is what you mean, I assume. It works because the distance between the road junction and the canal is then wide enough. Makes sense. Then your like pattern of hexes isn't gonna work. You would then be running your roads on like where you put the canal would cut off all of the roads it runs through. You'd end up with a mess in the pattern. Might be a way of doing it. If you like split the city in half and run the canal down the middle and change the pattern in the middle, but it's fine. Gonna be chasing rabbits. Well, this is what this city was for, is to do exactly this. Play with things in sandbox mode and see what can and can't be done. Learn some more about the available tools. Can do it if you come up and over. All that means is you lose, like you've already lost the buildings that would attach to this road. So you're just losing a few around this corner and this corner, which isn't, it's not like a huge amount. So that's like losing, obviously all of them, which you would anyway. And the little buildings on this edge and the little buildings in the middle there, maybe. It's probably significant, I would say. A significant amount of lost squares. And then at some point you need to put the actual stop itself in, which interestingly is not snapping right. Should snap the pier into the canal, and it isn't here. It's trying to snap the road to the road, which it's not going to successfully do. I need to take those bits of road away. See, the road is too close as well. That, and then yeah, the distance from the road to the road is too short to pull off for, other than with a really weird angle, you know. Interesting stuff, really. I think you need bigger hexagons to do it, basically. It's like the only way you'd be able to fit everything in. You need the distance from the junction points on your hexagons and the canal to be wider. So you need a bigger hexagon. Which, you know, can be done. We've got ones with 14 unit lengths. You could do ones with 28 unit just as easily as that. Interesting. More of a design that you'd start with. Yeah, lay it in first kind of thing. Oh, it absolutely looks like it could work. As long as you can get that distance right so you can get your roads across. There's like a snap point next to the canal. So if you try and push into it, at some point your road stops moving. So that's the point where you can build a specific heighted bridge to get over it. And then you can build alongside it as well, which is interesting. But then you need to pull out, what's that, 4 units to line up with where the piers road is going to be. I guess you'd, yeah, I don't know. Say you did that, for example. So if you had hexagons that were 18 units instead of 14, then it should work well. Look what happens when you try and send a boat underneath that bridge. Because the water level needs to be at the top for the boat to line up with the pier. Does it cut the route? No, it's still got the the yellow line to say a boat can go under it. Interesting. So next time I start a city in City Skylines, we'll probably be having canal. Because that's pretty interesting. Though yeah, we might not, probably won't be doing hexagons next time, but it's still kind of cool. Opens an option. I mean, I guess there's no specific advantage to doing it over using a metro, because we've already got a metro under the city connecting everything up, so I don't know if they carry more people or they carry people faster. What if the canal is the hexagon and the roads are the straight bits? Interesting. You and Minnie, hello, nice to see you again. How's the city? City is still taking its time to develop. Needs a bit more office. We've zoned a lot of stuff in, so it's just taking its time to balance out and keeps asking us for more of some things. So every now and then we just need to zone in a bit more stuff where we can fit it. Needs to grow out a bit more in order to for us to like progress what we're experimenting with like traffic flows and stuff. So need to keep growing it. We've just been investigating an idea that Makelin had about canals and whether we could use them at all. Doesn't look like we can, but it's still very interesting. If we build out, probably need to be bigger, wouldn't they? So let's go with 28 unit. Then half of 28 is 14. Can't build that in. What if I remove that bit? $120. Doesn't really want to build the bits in. Interesting. Yeah, that's what we thought. Aesthetics, it would look lovely, I'm sure. That's why I don't know whether it's better or worse than any other option, but that'd be pretty cool. Oh, there we go. We've got the guidelines. If we can build 120 degrees to that, then you can't. Yeah, it doesn't snap like road does. It snaps like highway does, which is awkward. Well, I've got that wrong anyway. It's 14. It wants to go another 14. Can I maybe copy paste it in order to get the right angles and stuff? No. Can't. Is there a button to flip? There is. Go there and do a mirror. Copy? No. No, not really. Be nice if it would stop raining so that I could see what we're fiddling with. Try the same as what I did. So if we come down, really level with that one, which is what we're not getting, but it should be 28 units. Okay, you're going to go, yeah, open the asset editor and have a play with it, see what you can do. Yeah. Be good fun. That's the other side, but they're definitely not level. Even my eyes can see that. Still 28 units at the right angle. So was that. Units at 120 degrees is what it should be. They're level, so that seems right. Can we do that? But they don't snap, of course. Can I, that will snap them. Good, 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 good. There, then just redo the end bits. Oh yeah, it looks fine. Interesting. Then you need the actual like station itself. The little stop. Yeah, I could do. Place the road one and then align them just around the outside or something. If you place that like in the middle, you might be able to do there's no straight line off that point. Do a hexagon within a hexagon was my thinking, where the distance is between the canal and the road is the space needed for the stop. Then you just need to join your hexagons together at some point. Not going to get it accurate, but we'll just draw like an example. It's not going to be right, but it'll be close enough to play with. That's, yeah, definitely not a hexagon, or not an equal hexagon, but there we go. Let's redo that bit. I don't know what happened there. That's too far forward. Again, but never mind. So yeah, one way, I guess. And then yeah, just cross it over with bridges at some point, I guess. It's not particularly easy either. Because the easiest way to do the road would be snapped to the edge of the canal, because it has a snap there. Like a point you can work with. Then you got trouble when you hit that actual stop. A little bit that kinks out to join it is something. Then you've got like the next hexagon over would have its road running along it. Whatever direction, whatever way. In fact, let's do a copy paste in order to get that right. Now, 1 second, we've got demand for officers shot up again, so I'm going to zone more in and then we'll carry on playing. There we go, we'll leave that to develop again. We grab all that. No, I don't want all of that. I want, so everything apart from the top bit of canal. I mean that. Redo the points where it touches. That's got a problem with the one-way system, apparently. I just didn't paste in very nicely. That's fine. So unlike our city, the bottom of this hexagon and the top of this hexagon are not touching the roads. Therefore, they can head in different directions. So you can have every hexagon be clockwise, which is probably an advantage over... So our system, they alternate. You've got a clockwise hexagon and then a counterclockwise next to it, and so on, in a complicated manner, and that's what causes some of the service vehicles and things like that to have to go, like, you have to go 3 hexes to the north in order to get the crossing to head where you're going. So some journeys are elongated because of the one-way system, so separating the roads out is nice. You don't have to do that, and I'm sure that doesn't matter for the ferryway. It'll behave, I guess, like a bus. It will just find its route and whatever, really. You can join these. Not sure the best way to join them. Let's put the third one in. So we want to take out these bits. Snap that one there. So each joining point, apart from at the edge of the city, the internal joining point's got 3 roads that you're trying to get together. You can just put a bridge over the middle, like maybe a 2-way bridge, perhaps. No, can't put a medium road over. Can you put a large road over? No. Only cross a canal with a... Can only cross a canal on the surface level with a small road. You need to lift up in order to do a bigger one, which could be a reason to move your hexagon further inside, give you space to ramp your road up and over. But let's say you do a 2-way road. It's not ideal because traffic crosses over it. Other streams of traffic. So people from the left going up and people from the up going right are all crossing over each other. So I would rather have 2 roads within the one-way orientation. So one at this end coming down, this end going up. Then you'd have that end going down, this end going up, this end going down, and that end going up, which works. It's able to put the junction in the space that it's got. You can have your little triangle over every corner. Still not sure how the boats get under these roads, but assuming they can, I mean, that's a pretty cool layout. Very cool layout. Large amount of wasted space obviously in the middle, so we would probably put some arrangement of pedestrianisation in here in order to create more building spots. Something like that, perhaps. Which is pretty cool.
Wisely done,
Pretty
Mr.
cool indeed.
Freeman. I will see you up ahead.
Control-Alt F11, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Pedestrian area in the middle. Yeah, like that, or like whatever pattern you want, really. If you cut across in different manners to you know, you got to find the way that the road will let you do it. But like that's fine, you know, to fill in the space and everything. Yeah, so it's all walking. Yeah, or even one thing that we're going to test out later in our Hexagon City is the whole thing being pedestrianised. So even the outer road here, you can we clear one out. You can see if we can do it. I can foresee a small problem with it. If you just do the whole thing pedestrianised the whole way round. Get the snap points working. Like that. And then, you know, whatever pattern you need across the middle as well, and everything. So you have no driven roads like anywhere, other than perhaps one around the outside of the entire city or something of that nature. The point where you've got your incinerators needs a real road between that and the garbage service point, but that seems to be it. If we can prove that in the major city, then we will.
Wisely done, Mr. Freeman.
Ruby Miller, thank you for the follow as well. Really appreciate it. How would buildings get serviced? Well, it appears they're serviced magically. So if you look at the pedestrianised zones that we've got in our actual city, we have north and south. And that's it. They are huge. And multiple service points are in all of them. And it appears to work perfectly fine. So the distance between your service point and the building it's servicing seems to be irrelevant, as long as it's within the same zone. So as far as I'm aware, and this is something we ultimately wanted to test, if you zone this hexagon as a pedestrian zone and then run a little line like this, you could put your service point here at the top of the line and the buildings down here, and this would function perfectly fine. It appears. Wonder what would happen if you banned normal cars. Oh, yeah, using TMPE. Yes, I see what you mean, Anazara. So they're not necessarily pedestrian roads, but we just ban them or something. They don't need a road connection. It's unclear. That's unclear. It's one thing to test. But even if they do, they don't need a real road connection. They can have a pedestrian road connection. So all you'd need to do, we've got you know, our roads coming across. So it's not particularly happy about them. You'd have it pedestrianised up to the edge of the city, where you'd cross over to a real road. However that looks. You put your service point, if I can remember where they are. So your garbage service point within the zone, and then your incinerators wherever. They can be out of the zone. And it will, this service point will collect all the garbage from what's on the islands using that road connection there, the pedestrian road connection. And then the incinerators just drive around this loop, picking them up from the service point and burning them. I think. Like I say, it's not particularly clear how they work, but that ought to be fine. And then likewise with the service point, you just have the with the cargo service point, you just make sure your cargo service point is inside the zone, but this side of the canal, and then your out-of-map connection connects to this road, and then your goods, or your in-map industrial connection connects to these roads. They'll bring the goods to this point, and then you've got, if you need a road connection, you've got one there. You've got the zoned connection, and it appears to work fine. The issue I can see is the pier comes with a bit of road that I bet you can't change. Yeah. So you can connect the pedestrian roads to it. It might just be a weird bit of behaviour. I'd kind of expect that people will get off at the pier, spawn a motor vehicle, drive to the end of that road, get out of the motor vehicle and walk on their way. So I'd kind of expect to see a bunch of cars parked on this tiny bit of road that have just like spawned at the pier, driven 2 meters and been parked. So it might look a bit weird, perhaps, but you know, it would work, I think. That's really actually cool. I kind of wish we'd done that from the start now, but maybe one day in the future we will build a hexagon canal city. Or if there's anyone watching who gives it a go, let me know. You know, come and show us some pictures or whatever, if you can get it working, because that'd be really cool. I would be inclined to move all the roads back if you can get it to line up nicely to where the ferry stop road is, so that they're like that distance from the edge of the canal. Then your crossing bridges could be elevated, which might make the boats driving underneath look better, or work better, because we don't really know whether it does work. It's interesting. Water should boost the land value. That's interesting as well. Yeah, having the canal there should increase land value around it. And then I suppose the only problems, there will be problems. You can't run a metro line between 2 hexagons, I guess. Especially if they're like this. But that metro line creates a station that's like 36 meters underground, 32 meters, which you can see cuts into the deep canal. Yeah, exactly. You shouldn't need the metro if you can get everywhere by ferry. But I don't know about the speed of ferries or the capacity of ferries. Just thousands of boats. Yeah, could work. You just have like 1,000 lines that just go from one hexagon to the one next to it, and that's all they do. It would be interesting. But you might want a metro to like go from out of the city into like the dead centre or something, or to dense points. I guess if we had a more shallow canal, it might be possible, because there are 3 depth options, and you can send the metro down, just only if you've got space within the hexagon to get it down before the canal. But it might be possible. Or what you can do, what we didn't particularly do anywhere, is combine 7 hexagons into one. Or a monorail. Yeah, if you didn't pedestrianise it and you kept normal roads, you could run a monorail across. Scenario in cities where you need to use ferries. I would assume it's from Mass Transit DLC, which is the one that gives you ferries. Don't think you could rebuild the whole city. No. To make it look like this. Yeah. Interesting. Oh, we got more demand for office. We need to... good question, Meglin. I'll answer that in a second. We just need to zone in more offices, which is driving me crazy, but I guess we continue the line. It's not particularly even, but let's go for it. Assume they can. It may be the case that the monorail needs to be elevated to get it over. No, that's fine. So let's look at... need to take some of this out. Oh, we can use this one. If I just get all of them out of the way. If you've got the narrow road with monorail, no problem at all. Yeah, like, there you go. You obviously can't put medium roads over on the ground, so that one wouldn't. But you can put it up into the air first. If you can get the distances right. If we were 24 in the air, no, interesting. Get this road out of the way. Yeah, you can if you get 24 up. What about 12 up? Or 12 up, yeah. So if you somehow got the road elevated, you can have the wider roads. But even so, for the monorail, you don't need the wider roads. You can use the little one. That would be pretty interesting as well. Although, like you say, it's unnecessary. If the ferries are making the same journey, why would you need to? And again, the monorail's only available on two-way roads. Ideally, the point of the hexagon is to have a one-way system that facilitates flow of traffic like a roundabout does, by keeping everyone moving. Little heliport is an option, yeah. Yeah. Blimp ride to the middle of every stop. The cable car system that runs across the canals is allowed. Where are we? There's the blimp stop. It's it's quite big, but you could blimp between every hexagon. Interesting for sure. And of course, buses are also an option. I think that this would be how I would do it. Fully pedestrianised. Ferry stop on every island. Get between places just by ferry, and then when they're on the right island, they walk everywhere. But yeah, we can't retrofit that into the city we've got at the moment. It would need to be a brand new start for sure, which I'm very tempted to do, even though I've said this is the last week we're streaming cities for a while. I don't know, I might just do it off stream and get some edited down YouTube videos about how it goes, because it looks pretty cool. Oh, I'm sorry, Alazara. Your favourite game. Everything that I want to play with in this city in the hexagon shape, we're probably going to finish this week. Friday's session. So we'd need to start a new city. And if we're doing that, I'd rather start a new game, do something else for a while. Yeah, you just enjoy something else that's going on. Not sure what we're going to do, and I don't know how long that will last. It could just be a little casual game that we play for 2 or 3 weeks, and then it's done, and we come back to cities with an idea for something new. So that, I don't really know what will happen, but I'll definitely be making more cities content in the future. I know that. So whether that's we stream it again in the future, or I started an edited YouTube series for it or something like that. We're getting a few sewage complaints. Let's expand. Dirty water is still coming around the bend here towards our intakes, so I am going to do the silly drastic thing and raise the seabed so the water can't come this way. Just because this is a sandbox and we don't want it to happen, so we don't have to follow the rules. Ah. Approaching the surface level. Oxygen not included is very fun, very true. You think it would be cool if I could play it calmly? That's it sounds like a hell of a challenge. I'm sure I could play it calmly, but I'm not sure how long I could play it calmly for. Yeah, lots of chaos, but it's cool. Yeah, it's a cool game, very interesting. Lots of systems going on that are really interesting to play with. Tried a few times to play Oxygen Not Included. Never made it far, I wouldn't say. But it's, you know, it is a very interesting game. It's not smoothing the way I wanted it to. Just leave this a bit ugly looking, no big deal. The water level's so high from everything being pumped into it that they might still get over that, but it looks okay for now. Yeah, good. So that will just guarantee that the outbound water doesn't mix with the inbound stuff, because we don't want it to. Only got so far as making spacesuits yet. Yeah. Heat always kills you. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know really. Just want to achieve simple things, but you have that same as many games at the start. You kind of have to do things in a disorganized fashion, I guess, until you can build up the resources to organize and gain control over things, which can make the game kind of frustrating for someone like me who really thrives on having things organized from every point. Yeah, I see what you mean. You know, like farms die off because heat spreads into them, or whatever. You know, your carbon dioxide is flying the wrong direction suddenly, and you just can't get it pumped in the right place. Yeah. It's got a small demand for residential rising, which is interesting. Still got all of our commercial failing left, right and centre, so I don't think we're going to be zoning any more of that in at any point. Got many spare spaces left for stuff. Because they still want offices, and we've put tons of them into place. There's now 4 empty gaps in the middle that I kind of wanted to put some residential in, but I guess we can do office on the outside ones, residential in the middle ones perhaps. Let's go with that plan. We'll put offices around those. Way round. That developing. If that residential demand rises, then we can fill in those two in the middle there. Still got maybe some to the central edges of the city that we could zone with stuff. And failing that, we may have to de-zone some of the commercial. I'm not sure the neatest way of doing that, but we can be done. I might like to build optimized room. Oh yeah, the SPOM, yeah. Like a self-contained unit that makes the resources you need, and it's all a bit complicated for me, I guess. Not terrible. It's a learning curve, I suppose, that's pretty severe. With all of those elements, like controlling all your liquids and your gases and the heat, and also at the same time as all that, the people, the like colony management of keeping people fed and happy and whatever. It's the same as RimWorld, isn't it? It's like, it's kind of the two elements like that of the game, and one of them I find a lot more fun than the other. I do like them both. I do like them combined. It makes for a good gameplay, but I enjoy the base construction a lot more. You know, hence all the Factorio that I do, and where it is just about building. But yeah, don't know. I'm tempted to do a. There is like one set of mods that are freely licensed that I could stream for Factorio, and I'm not sure if I was doing modded Factorio I could also do Oxygen Not Included at the same time. Yeah, I would. I always play on easy settings. I'm just, you know, if the game's fun, it's fun on easy, as far as I am personally concerned. You know, people want to play on hard, then I can understand the attraction, and I think it's good to have those difficulty levels in games to be available to people. But personally, no, I'll play with, you know, massive happiness boosts to everyone and stuff like that to make it more chill. You know, we can chill out and play it. It's a matter of solving problems temporarily, not permanently, you know, and yeah, which is interesting, really. It is. Like, you do your little fix, and then 10 minutes later something's changed, and you need to fix it again, or build it differently again, or what have you. But with really interesting systems at work. Demand is vaguely balanced. Everything's low. We've still got the commercial needing to rebuild after the ones that's collapsed, so we probably are going to need residential and offices, but not yet. Evidently they need time to develop out, so it's just going to be a case of letting things grow again for a while here. Seeing how it goes. On the looks of like traffic at the moment, I don't think we're going to have any problem even when it is fully zoned and fully developed. The only thing I can think that will cause a problem is tourism when we get those buildings built in. But they shouldn't cause a problem in the cities themselves, unless, you know, you get the typical tourists who want to go and visit our dog parks or whatever they're up to, that could cause us a problem. It's interesting, this change that we did. So what we had previously was like a big cluster of commercial altogether, big cluster of residential altogether, and transport between them, and the traffic was fine everywhere except the commercial, where it was really bad. So spreading the commercial out like this into smaller clusters all over the place has obviously spread that traffic to some degree, and probably having the pedestrianisation that forces all deliveries through the service point is helped no end with that, I imagine. Very interesting, nevertheless. It's an easy mode, yeah, like a whole easier setting with, and you can like disable individual challenging elements of ONI, like disabling germs that cause illness entirely and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. Like you say, yeah, immunity from sickness and so on. You're looking at it when we were playing Factorio. Lots of people. Yeah, that was Sunday when I did the attempt to finish the game in under 8 hours. It was a friend of mine raided in with like more people than I've ever had in the stream before. So that was great. And we were chatting away as we were working on that, which was lovely. She lifted my friend. Yeah, in Mondo's my friend. Jazz is my friend. No, yeah, Jazz Pants came and raided in, so who we are like, you know, we're gonna raid back to him thousands of times over our time streaming, so we'll see lots of him around. Which was great. Massive help. And then Vileda's been around threatening all of her friends that if they don't come and follow, they'll be disowned. So we went over the 50 follower target on Sunday as well, which is fantastic. We just got a short distance to go to reach like affiliate level, which I've said before, I'm not in like a specific rush, but it would feel really good to get there. We're at like average viewership of 2.4 or something, and we need to get to 3. So every 5 minutes I'm streaming to more than 3 people is a win, basically, statistically. And it's over. They look at it over a 28-day period, and I've got a lot of streams like 28 days ago with very low viewership. So every day where I replace an old 1 viewer stream with a new 3 viewer stream is big progress for the channel, which is, you know, everything's looking very good at the moment, which is lovely to see. I'm still, obviously, like I say, looking at creation of shorter content specifically for YouTube in order to, you know, help the brand grow as well as this channel. Went from 0 viewers a month ago to regular 7 to 10. I wouldn't say I'm regularly getting 7 to 10 now. It's still about 5. We have big peaks where people come in, which is great. Like, obviously, thank you everyone. I'm not sure if I'm saying it enough, but thank you for being here. But we still have like quiet moments because I'm doing 8-hour streams. That's there's a lot of opportunity to viewership to go up and down within a single stream. So the average over the stream can be smaller than it looks like, but it's still, I mean, like you say, Mondo, it was I only started streaming 2 months ago, right? November to December, December to January. Yeah, 2 months, and this is huge for that amount of time frame. Really good. So thank you everyone who's done anything, you know, lurking, chatting, just coming in for 5 minutes and then running away, whatever it was, you know. You're checking in even if you, if you just a little bit, it all helps, you know, all of it. The obviously we're saying the Sunday Factorio stream was very popular on the day, because of the raid in, and then, as I've said before, if you raid in with 10 people, then other people come into the Factorio category, go, oh, there's a stream with 10 viewers, I'll join that. So it kind of starts a wave that continues big numbers for a long time, which is brilliant. The video for that went on to YouTube is also like the most successful YouTube video I've put up yet, with a lot of views very quickly, and a couple dislikes already, which is... It's nice of YouTube to leave in the dislike button. It's extremely unhelpful button. Factorio for Dummies video. I should do one of those. It would be a good idea. Teaching some of the basics of the game and stuff. City is growing. I can see the commercial demand keeps like popping up a little and dropping again, so that must be things rebuilding, but there's still a ton of complaints here. Things are not great, but it doesn't want the other things yet, so we just got to give it time to develop out before we can see what's really going on here, which we'll leave it going. Actually, would be a good idea to take a break about now, wouldn't it? God. Yeah, so if you don't know what's going on, it doesn't really matter what's happening in the game, I guess, yeah. But yeah, we can work on that. Dislike button could be useful, but they hide the number. Yeah. Obviously, when people see a video and they click the dislike button, that's good feedback for a creator. They go, ah, this was disliked by someone. Doesn't mean that it was bad or anything, you know, it's a personal take. Some people are going to like it, some people are going to dislike it. The issue with the dislike button is, as a creator, you immediately want to know why. If someone comes to a video and they just click like, you're kind of like, okay, I've done something kind of good. I could just do the same thing again and I'd get likes. But when someone dislikes it, you don't know how to fix it, what the issue was. If someone's turning up and they're watching 3 hours of your video and then clicking dislike, is it like a problem you can work on? Can you fix it? Or are they turning up, clicking dislike and leaving immediately? In which case, you know, what was the barrier? How do you fix it? There's more feedback you want than what that button gives you. You want people to leave a comment explaining what was wrong. People probably saw speedrun and didn't like that it wasn't quick. Absolutely. I imagine that was a big case. I put the speedrun word in there for discoverability on purpose. You know, I'm not going to feel guilty about that. It's an 8.5 hour video. If you see the word speedrun and click on an 8.5 hour video, you can't expect it to be done in an hour, as far as I'm concerned. It's better that someone leaves a dislike than doesn't interact at all. Not really, in my opinion. Obviously, different creators are going to take a different approach. If someone doesn't like it and I don't know why, I'd rather not know. That doesn't help me. It doesn't help my mindset. It doesn't help my creative purpose in any way to know people didn't like this and I don't know why. It just puts you in the wrong mindset and doesn't move you forward, I guess. I don't know. Unless you get, of course, the exception would be you get 100 dislikes. Like, you got a video that's got 100 views and 100 dislikes. That's good feedback. That you can work with. Usually just say, yeah, don't recommend this anymore if you don't like it. Yeah, but it's like, obviously, yeah, if it's offensive, report it. If you're watching a video for 2 seconds and you don't like it, just leave. Clicking the dislike button doesn't help. If you're watching a video for a longer amount of time and you don't like it, leave a comment and explain why. Like, any creator with any sense isn't going to take it personally. They're going to take your feedback as like your personal feedback, and they might do nothing with it or they might do something with it. It's up to them. But yeah, it just, I don't know, dislike button doesn't help in the same way that a like button helps. So I'm finding it frustrating at the moment to see people have disliked the video and have no feedback beyond that is all. One of your guitar test videos, you don't deserve those guitars. Yeah, of course. I'm living in a fantasy world where people leave comments that are actually helpful. In reality, people just leave stupid comments. Almost all the time, about nothing important. We've got rising demand for offices again. So it doesn't look like I'm going to get to go with my plan of filling that with residential. It's unless I can find somewhere else to put offices. We've got like this random centre. What did we do in the other centres? They're supposed to be... Oh no, that is like a middle of everything. That can be offices. Definitely. It's a little bit, but it'll make a difference. So let that zone in. Like Twitch. No, Twitch chat's very different. It's why I want to primarily be Twitch based. Is the interaction with people here is a lot more constructive. Because at least like people can see the reaction of what they're saying. So the people who say bad things, you know they're trolls. It's not just a misunderstanding. And then people who have a misunderstanding, you're able to communicate with and work it out. So Twitch as a platform also has a different kind of audience. I think actually quite a few of the dislikes on my videos will be people who open it, realise it's a Twitch VOD and immediately click dislike, because there's a big audience on YouTube who are just specifically against Twitch and everything that happens here, which is weird in itself as well. Same on a guitar community can be toxic. Well, yeah, same as any community, I guess. Any big community around an issue like that. Twitch chat can be strange. Since you joined in, everyone was a lot nicer and less vulgar. yeah, that is a compliment. For sure. Anyway, now's a good time to take a break, I did say. So I'm just going to take about 3 or 4 minutes to do a few chores while we're waiting for things to develop in the city. And then in a couple of minutes when I'm back, we can carry on trying to get the city to level up to its maximum potential before we look at the traffic flow again and the comparison between north and south. So a few minutes and I'll see you all shortly. Hello everyone, I am back. I can definitely tell I'm growing by the number of messages I get from, well, graphic artist is one of them, which is fair enough because I am actually at the point where I want one now, or almost at that point. But also, like, I don't know what they are, agencies saying they can help with my growth. I must be getting bigger if more and more of them are contacting me. Sometimes watch streamers. Yeah. Just there for the chat or community, not necessarily the content. Or where the content doesn't matter because it's just about the vibe or whatever, you know. Sounds weird, is it a thing? Yeah. Streaming is extremely popular, and especially around young people. So I'm not saying they're all a scam. Some of them could be legitimate. But there are certainly people out there offering services that streamers don't need to as many people as they possibly can, because some of them will pay, someone will think they need it and pay for nothing, essentially, or for bad advice, or who knows. No, I think I was right. This house is unhappy because of the dead body, and there are now 0 out of 26 households there. So happiness must relate to how many people live in a residential building. The happier they are, the more people. But these guys are like maximum happiness and still not full. Which, don't know the rules about it. There we go. You see follow bots and stuff like that. Yeah, I can see why they don't like it. Yeah, absolutely. The particular hearse coming to collect is coming from the other side of the city for whatever reason. He's working his way around a few hexagons to get here. Don't know why that guy didn't just come down here, but there we go. Yeah, move out if someone is dead. And yeah, well, it's evidently something that makes them very unhappy very quickly. Those people, everyone around them was super green happy face and they were super unhappy. There we go. It's just for small buildings. Interesting. Must be big ones as well. Don't know. What are we saying? See the follow bots. Yeah. And that's another. We've had quite a few in so far, not a huge amount, but bots that come in here to advertise the site where you can buy follow bots, which there you go. There are people who fall for it. Yeah, the full major building did it, yeah.
I will see you up ahead.
Or perhaps they were just, like, over time they move out bit by bit, perhaps. Don't know. Hi, Brendan7. Thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. I'm doing good today. Thank you. Still got a lot of commercial buildings failing. Where am I from? Suffolk in England. East of England. Back in the day people might buy it for a streamer they like. Yeah, that is crazy. Weird, really. But you know, that's the whole point. If people believe it's good or helpful, then they think it's a good thing. But there you go. Oh, from Toronto. Cool. Got to stream full time. I do. At the moment. 6 days a week. Long streams every day. I do feel like doing 6 days, 8 hours might catch up to me some point soonish, and we may cut back to a bit less, but mostly I enjoy it. Same with raids, because the people aren't... Yeah. Get a whole bunch of fake people into their channel and then raid over to someone to make it seem bigger or whatever, but yeah. Maybe I'll help out with custom graphics. No problem. Just had a few people in today, Brendan, talking about the same thing, so you know, I can look at it after stream and everything. If you have like a portfolio or anything, or any contact details or stuff like that, then if you can get in touch on my Twitter, which should come up there, that'd be the best way to contact me out of the stream to take a look at it all, which I'd be happy to do. Still demand for offices, that is the main thing going on. Where have we got space still? I'm not taking those details over Discord at the moment, Brendan. Don't really have one that I use actively enough, so direct it to the Twitter if you can. That would be best for me. Don't mean to be rude, but I'm timing that all out. And I know I'm going to have to deal with this a lot, which I have accepted, but somebody who would be able to work on good graphics for me and my channel would know better than to come in and distract me while I'm streaming to talk about it, or to push about it, or to whatever. You can send a whisper, you can leave one message, you can contact me in any other way that you find me, but it is very rude to distract from what I'm trying to do on my stream to talk about what you do. So I am timing that out, and more people who come in specifically to advertise their services will probably get the same, so I apologise to anyone else who's hanging around who sees a bit of a mess or a bunch of deleted messages, or, you know, sees me get annoyed with people for the first time. But there's a right and a wrong way of doing it, and that is the wrong way. Kinda got these spots on the edge that could still have offices. It's kind of the same like service as these ones. How are they connected to... Not well connected to public transport. Then I guess the one next to it isn't particularly well connected. That's probably the nearest station. Or that one. It's still walking distance, I believe. A bit far. I'm going to go for these ones. We need to put more in somewhere. Not a huge amount more, but evidently some. So I'm going to fill them in and hope that everything's going to balance out in the end. Still don't particularly want to remove any of the commercial because of the nice pattern it's in at the moment. But we may have to from the looks of things. We'll see how that goes. You like the about section, the art I did there? Well, that, I mean, to start with, was the simplest and easiest way to do it. Head to Canva, look at the free to use ones that are there, grab something that looks alright, and it looks pretty good, I think, actually. The design that I chose in the end, made a few minor adjustments to some bits of it I didn't like, and then, you know, that will do for now. But I do, and sorry, Olivia Julian, thank you very much for the follow. Did almost miss that there. Thank you, really appreciate it. I do want to create like a whole brand. Yeah, the cam fitting the same theme. Yeah, like, yeah, it's basic stuff, and it'll do for now. I know of a handful of graphic artists through other communities I've been active in. I'll probably reach out to a couple of them to do some concept work on like a whole brand design to move forward with, that would have, like, you know, bespoke AFK page and starting soon animation and stuff like that. All that kind of stuff. Doing good today, Olivia Junior. Thank you for asking. Hope you're doing good too. Seem to have an increasing number of bodies not being collected, which is interesting. Have we got like any capacity problem with that? Let's have a check. No capacity problem, definitely not. Have we got number of vehicles problem? If I just check a few example crematoriums, that one for example. Spare vehicles are available. As far as I can tell, we shouldn't be having any problems. Just perhaps, as we said before, the one-way hexagon system's particularly bad for the services getting to their destinations and stuff like that. Not sure. The complaints have gone away now, so I guess everything's sorted out at this point. Demand for offices is down again, just so there's some in, and it looks like residential might rise above it, which I would like to happen. Maybe that these gaps need to have a balance of office and residential, but we're still not balanced with the commercial, so we're still getting these complaints, which is... yeah, nice to see residential's going up, yeah. But I really want to see commercial go up, because that's when we'll know that they're not going to collapse anymore, and we can leave the balance as it is. Because other than these two in every quarter, we will then need to D-zone, I think. This one, for example, is still available, because we're going to have a unique building perhaps in these two at most. Not sure. Mondo, you go away 5 minutes in the spam already. Yeah, it's I imagine it's related to me hitting 50 followers. I would guess people have got some kind of script or bot that is letting them know when people hit 50 followers to come and advertise that things people who get affiliate might want. Yeah, we talked about it and it's got out there somehow. People know we were talking about it. You know, I can't complain too much. It's part of the platform and it's to be expected on the platform. It's not the way of doing it. You know, the graphic artist that I choose to work with will not be someone who's come into a live stream and interrupted it to talk about what they do. I doubt, you know, well, never say never, but it's probably not a kind of person who is going to understand what I'm looking for. Need mods now, I'm famous. That's, yeah, probably Mondo. Well, so my current theory on having moderators in the channel is I will need them when I can't moderate myself. So when we're staring at a city slowly growing, in a game that alt-tabs very easily, then I don't need a moderator. I can do it. If we were playing, let's say Payday 2 is a game where if you Alt-Tab out of it, it just falls apart. I would need a moderator because I wouldn't be able to Alt-Tab out and deal with things. You know. Exactly, Mondo. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? But it is what it is. So you just have to deal with it. Like you say, at some point soon, the viewership will be needing moderation, I guess. Although, still don't think I should be that big based on. I mean, when you go into like the creator dashboard on Twitch, it's had a message there saying you're almost an affiliate for like 5 weeks now. Which is misleading. I don't think I am almost. I think we could be a couple weeks off before I'm there. And then we'll see. When I'm an affiliate, I will look at branding and, like as you say, Mondo, it doesn't need to be cheap. I want it done properly. You know, I'll talk to GUI first, I suppose, because that's someone we know is going to do a good job properly. Seem to deal with it nicely. Thank you, Anazara. Try to be polite even. Well, I try to be polite for the sake of the people who aren't here spamming. You know. Don't get you started on Goopers. Oh dear. I'm not sure his style is what I'm looking for. That's for sure. But he could do some concepts and I could see. Because at least I trust him. Even if he will be difficult to work with. Yeah, I never know. No, don't. You know, you don't know at what point. Obviously, you get the same situation on Twitter. So I get anytime I post up my little schedule about what's coming in the week, I'll get a follower or two who are people who say they're graphic artists. Who specifically for Twitch, and it's like maybe some of them are genuine, perhaps, but the majority of them are clearly not. So I never know when it's a real person struggling to do a good job who could be good, who I end up being a bit too rude to because there's 100 who are just complete fakes trying to steal money from me. We've got another demand for water. We are growing, that's for sure. There's 2 extra water pumps today. And the outflow water is cleaning up here, flowing back towards the dam we put in, which is good. That's going to keep the input water nice. Need chat rules in the actual chat. I think they're only in the panels. That could be the case, Mondo. I think they're active. They might be the defaults. Not sure. That's one worth writing down. I'll check my settings on that after the stream. I've got the chat restrictions set up well, so you need to have verified your account to chat here. And so on and so on. So we shouldn't have as many problems as some chats would have with like actual robots. It's should all be real people, just not necessarily genuine people. Yeah, the ones when you click in the chat box the first time, they pop up before you can send the message. Yeah, I know the ones you mean. I'm not sure if they've been set up or anything like that. Should be a button to show the chat rules. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, but then I mean, they're not going to, you know, someone who is genuinely a bad faith actor, like someone who's genuinely coming here to spam or to scam, they're not going to read the rules. They're not going to care what the rules say. They're just going to need banning, you know. You can't avoid it by by trying to put too much there. But it wouldn't hurt to get the rules out more, you know, get them more obvious. You know, don't want to penalise the people who are coming here in good faith by making their experience worse. But it's, you know, it's what's going to happen until you get so big that they know they don't stand a chance. Which, you know, maybe we can just speedrun that. Yeah, Olivia, I don't imagine that they're going to care if the rule says don't advertise stuff. They're probably going to do it anyway. I imagine, I don't know. So, demand in the city for residential and office are both growing at the same rate. Commercial is still having a problem, so... well, I'm running out of ideas generally. Because they still want both. I think we need to do like a split supply in the middle here. But I would like to make it kind of like symmetrical in some fashion. Because we want offices next to the commercial so that their noise doesn't affect. So if we do that kind of three-piece pattern we've been doing before, put the residential in the other bits. That's, you know, vaguely neat, I guess. Yeah, I agree. It's have the rules to begin with, you know, so that you can be consistent with everyone, and make sure they are being shown everywhere they can be shown. Would be good. Or maybe I just, you know, I can make a bot command or something to spit them out like every 2 hours or whatever it is. Which games do I like to stream the most? I'm streaming 3 games at the moment regularly. So City Skylines, obviously, Factorio, and Anno 1800. So my favourite of those at the moment is probably Factorio. It's the one I know best. The one that's got the most interesting stuff happening is Anno 1800 because I'm learning so much about it. And then the one that's most chill and we hang out in is Cities, because we're just playing around at the moment, you know, testing and learning different things. I'm going to replace Cities with something different next week. Haven't decided what yet, but that's just like, we'll come back to Cities for sure. It's a fun game to chill in. But there we go. One with the most hexagons is definitely Cities, that is for sure. Yeah. All of the games have lots of squares in normally, so it's nice to do something different. Don't know what we'll do next week. I'm on the fence about a lot of things. Plate-up I want to do some YouTube content for. Like, I'm not very experienced in the game, so I need to play a bit more of it, and then I want to do some YouTube content. Yesterday on my day off I tried all the games I bought in the sale. So I got the new the Warhammer XCOM-like called Chaos Gate Demon Hunters. It looks like a good XCOM-like, but very heavy on the Warhammer lore, which makes it quite inaccessible to people who don't know Warhammer, so I'm not particularly feeling that at the moment. I've got Peglin, which seems good as like a casual thing to pick up and drop quite quickly, but probably not good for like an 8 hours of streaming, I would say. I got Dismantle, which does look good. It's just another casual, quite basic game, I guess. You just like collect stuff repeatedly and smack a few zombies around. That's high up my list. And I got Elden Ring, which I'm actually surprised that I completed the tutorial without dying. So I'm a bit more confident in it than I initially was, but I still think it wouldn't be fun to watch because I'm not good at it, won't be good at it, which don't know really. It could be interesting, but again, possibly not good for a long stream, so maybe cut the stream length down to play Elden Ring, maybe. Then the other things on my list, I mean, Mondo, if you're still there, are you still interested in doing something cooperative? Because we could replace cities with that if you free in the time slots next week and ongoing. Setting makes it yeah, I can do that, Alazar. I think. I'm quite new to the bit of software I'm using, but I think I can get it to send a message only after a certain number of messages have been sent. So if people send 1,000 messages in chat, then it'll repeat the thing. Yeah, for the bot posting or whatever. I was looking at it before, and there is an option for setting up the timer based on things like that, I think. So it could be done. Yeah, every time people send 1,000 messages, it says here are the chat rules or whatever. But I'd agree, Mondo, that you go to a page where every 5 minutes the bot says, "Come follow my YouTube channel" or whatever. That's spam, basically. Oh, that's interesting. Using a bot of monitors and then put slow mode on if it gets too quick. Very interesting. And, of course, permitted terms wouldn't be a bad thing, would it? There's an idea in that, Olivia. Like, anyone, whatever those messages were that came up earlier, anyone mentions the word artist, it immediately times them out and sends them a whisper that explains what to do. Maybe. So our co-op list, or my co-op list, you can add games to it if you want, Mondo. I'm open to you suggesting things. I would say I'm quite interested in State of Decay 2. Quite interested, but not super interested. A modded Minecraft run is an option, or Stardew, which we mentioned the other day. Probably my top 3 options. Modded Minecraft is easy mode, yeah. Stardew is easy and chill. It's all chill really when I'm around. We could do co-op Elden Ring and would make it chill. Somehow. I can still see commercial demand is not rising like I want it to. Probably going to have to break the pattern to get this to balance right, which is upsetting. Chill to the Fortnite. We can do Fortnite. God, I've never played it. I really should at some point, to be honest. State of Decay type, yeah, like 7 days, isn't it? Same kind of thing. Bit prettier maybe, but same kind of thing. You don't really get into. Okay, skip that one then. It's fine. I don't know of a Minecraft mod pack that I would be able to get into because I've failed to get into a lot before. No, I mean, focus on the things, you know, if I want to do State of Decay co-op with someone, I can find someone who's interested in that. Let's us play a game that we are both interested in. A friend that does... Yeah, share their name, Olivia, or get them to contact me on Twitter. That'd be fine. Like, I'm building up a bank of names. I'm going to look at them all. So if you know someone who you trust or whatever who who does good art, then let me have the name. How about Civ? Civ's an interesting one. It's not really a series, I suppose. So what I was imagining is repeatedly, you know, like Tuesday nights we do Minecraft or Stardew or whatever. Civ, I don't think I could play it every week. I would absolutely not demolish it. Like, Civ is the... So, any strategy game, I'm a turtler. So, I play slowly, build big, and then end the game when I feel like it. And that doesn't work in, like, in something like Civ. You get destroyed or anything. Yeah, like the barbarians come and outpace you because they're more aggressive in the early game. Yeah, I don't. Civ wouldn't do me. I'm thinking more like cooperative. We work together to do something rather than being against each other. We don't necessarily need to be against each other in Civ. You can play together, but it's not really that kind of game, I guess. Co-op Civ could be nice. You're right. You are. I've got it. I've got Civ. Definitely got Civ 4. Might have 5. Or I've got 6 and not 5. Can't remember. Can't remember. Yeah, Age of Empires would be a similar kind of thing. Age of Empires 4 is pretty good. Although I don't own it, I only had it on Game Pass. I'm not sure it's like £50 worth of good. But it's, you know, it's the same kind of thing as Civ, except it's not turn-based, I guess. You've played too much competitive StarCraft to do strategy games, yeah. Yeah. Shell shock, yeah. Looks like the demand's kind of going up and down a bit. I don't know if we zone more in or not. Where's the last zone we did? It's this lot here. So how's that doing for levels? Residential hasn't leveled up fully. So we should still leave them to get educated and level up, I suppose, would be my thought at the moment. Then see how that changes the balance before we... I mean, we're pretty much going to have to start de-zoning stuff now in order to make space. Got maybe 1, 2, 3 more hexagons we can use. They're not particularly well connected, but we can use them. That's fine, Mondo. I did ask for them. Specifically, those ones. Let me... No, you're fine. Daisy, making notes. I don't... so, even... Yeah, it's the way you go about it. I don't even have a problem with these people who are coming in and spamming. If all they did was come in and say, I'm a graphic artist, here is my name, full stop, and off they go, that would be fine. Not great, like probably not going to work with them, but that would be fine. It's not intrusive and it's not particularly rude. And like Olivia's been here during the whole conversation where I've explained what I'm looking for, so I can trust the recommendation there a bit more than anything else. But you know, if people are going to come in and start a conversation under the pretense that they care about the stream, but actually they're just here to advertise something, that's dishonest and doesn't fit with what I want my community to be about. Therefore, the art they make isn't going to fit with what I'm looking for, or what I will be looking for soon. don't know. I mean, we know plenty of artists already, really, from other communities. Gooey's a good shout, but there's like a dozen people in those communities, same communities, that do good art, and I would trust more. But it doesn't hurt to see. You can tell pretty quickly from someone's portfolio what kind of work they do. It doesn't take a second to look and tell whether they're going to be good or not. Not good. Good's the wrong word. Whether they're going to suit what I'm after or not. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the right fit for me, because I want so the bot that I'm using allows for some quite complex interactions. So I would like to get some quite complicated animation work done. Yeah, no problem, Mondo. Good eats. Hope it's good. See you shortly. Yeah, that's what I thought. The demand for the residential is dropping as they level up, but the office obviously isn't going to change because they are all leveled up. So we are going to need more office, probably. Though I do think we're getting fewer complaints from the commercial. It's kind of close. Wonder if we're going to... There are like 6 hexagons left that I'm happy using. Kind of hoping we can get there with them. Might be 4 offices and 2 residential. And then we'll see, I suppose, how it goes. Let's have a look now at traffic, because we are more developed than we have been. It's like no hotspots within the city. There is the known problem about like hearses not being able to reach where they're trying to get quick enough. Some like warm bits in the middle here, but the cars there at the moment are flowing fine. %92 average traffic flow. Pretty confident that firstly the traffic's going to be fine, but also that the bicycle lanes aren't really making any difference at all, like any tangible difference to vehicle flow. Like in which case having them is nicer because, you know, cycling is green. I guess. Olivia, you'll be back. Got some work to do. No problem. Have a good time and hope to see you again soon. Thank you for stopping by. Really appreciate it. What's that? Just some overlapping ones, I think. Didn't recognise the complaint, but I think it was just 2 overlapping. So the other one that we want to try is changing all of the roads to pedestrianised, entirely pedestrianised. I'm not sure how we'll be able to do that. Can you just like upgrade the regular road? Looks like you can. Okay. Wonder why they're moving out. Who's moving out? Oh, yeah. don't know. The population number has at times during this game gone like to negative 100 a week or whatever for no apparent reason. Yeah. I mean, that might be where, for example, we've got an entire building, the body isn't collected fast enough, they all move out. We might suddenly get a negative number to reflect that one building emptying and leaving town. Perhaps. But in general, it ought to be like trending up. There's demand for residential, and we've got residential that are levelling up, making space. City's very happy, so people should be moving in. And we've got a strong birth rate as well, so don't know. $83,000. It's still not a particularly big city. I guess of the whole larger hexagon, we've only really filled in 2/3 of it. The centre is still empty, really. Interesting, the demand for office has now dropped. There you go, it's gone negative again. It's negative 180 this week. Wonder why, wonder what's so unstable about it. We know the commercial is unstable, we know commercial businesses are failing and restarting regularly. A lot of them still, from the looks of it. It's crazy how the balance seems to have changed, like how many commercial you need compared to everything else. They now want, we've consistently given like an equal amount of residential and office, or perhaps even more office and less commercial, which is weird. Does look like we are going to need to zone more in. Let's go ahead with those last 6 hexes that I'm happy using. So this one, for example, do I want to do this? I think we need more office than residential. So I don't know whether to split them or just... No, I think we... Well, that's quite a distance. I mean, it's 2 hexes away from the nearest metro, which is further than I like. So we could do each one like residential, residential, office, 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 office. It's the closest point to the metro as residential. And that's more office than residential. We'll give that a go. This side, this side's got services, that makes sense. Slightly different on each side. Those are offices, those are residential. This is the last one. So coming any more central than that is going to get in the way of like the tourist buildings I want to put in. And once we've got all the tourist buildings in, I may want to zone stuff around them. So we may like rezone or dezone or balance things differently in the centre part to fill in all of the hexagons so that the city doesn't look like it's empty in the middle. But that'll depend on those tourist buildings, how they look. So that's kind of like a right at the end thing. So I want to balance the city as it is now. Then we can rebalance it later if we need to. And I want to decide on the road layout we're going to go for, because having the north and south part of the city have entirely different road layouts is a bit weird. I've said before, you know, real cities have different road layouts in every street, but not usually an entire half of the city is one way and the other half is different. Although, I don't know, number of cities in the world, there might be one where everything is perfectly unified in half of the city and perfectly unified but different in the other half. Can't imagine it happening anywhere real, but I guess I don't know every city of the world, so it could happen. So what we need is the residential we've just put in to level up all the way. Then we'll know what the final balance is on all of these hexes and what we need to rezone to get the commercial happy. You're making a map with like 2 or 3 small cities. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. Like instead of one sprawling all the way across, just separate them out a little bit with different focuses, different layouts even. Be interesting. If you can get a map that's got good you know, ground resources, whatever they're called, natural resources. So you could have a, this is a weird one, you could have a little town that's focused on farming, for example, which is like, yeah, low density industry kind of thing with farming or with oil or whatever. And a completely separate city that's got some different focus. Of course, the people might not behave in accordance with your desires. You'll get people who are living in one city and constantly visiting their friends in a different one, and although that's not unrealistic, I suppose, people to not take the closest job to home, for example. Yeah, it would make sense. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Should look at some, yeah, work in the big city like in an office, but live in the smaller city or town or a little village, perhaps with some low density villages around or something. It could look pretty cool, pretty nice. Don't know if you what like assets you might be able to get, because you can. I didn't look extensively, but I thought it was possible to use districts to assign different like asset usage. I'm not sure how. Like you can, yeah, I don't know. I think things like high-tech housing, if you enable it, it changes what the houses look like. And there's some way of using custom ones to... Not sure. But that'd be kind of cool to make each area look different. Like, distinctly different. Yeah. I wonder if you could make a successful map that was all just tiny little villages. Like, only the dirt track, and you'd only zone in like low density houses that were like that big every now and then. Little corner store that's just like 2 blocks in size or something like that. Might be fun. Might do something with that. Yeah, pretty neat. Make them self-sufficient. Yeah. Yeah. Might have a play around with that after I've had a play around with the hexagon canal network. Or maybe that's what we'll do in the octagon build. Octagonal canals. Had the idea forever, love to see it in action. Give it a go. Demand for office is ahead of residential. It's kind of the opposite of what I wanted, I guess. Where are the ones we just put in? That is one. Residential still need to level up a bit. The offices are already leveled up. Yeah, I don't... obviously this map that we're on at the moment, it's a workshop map and it's huge. And flat. You don't tend to get that much, this much building space on the normal maps, the ones that come with the game and the DLCs. So I'm not sure how much you'd really be able to do. Different times. That's a cool idea. Yeah, like one city that's got a monorail network set up and then one that's still using buses and what have you. But still probably like a regional highway network and some kind of train network perhaps between all the places. Maybe. If you can build a little mining town up the side of a mountain that you can get to by cable car or blimp. All blimps. Nothing but blimps. Interesting. I don't know. So what happens if you build a canal, for example? Here is canals. And you make an island. Then you zone a building onto the island. Can people move in? Or is this never going to get built? Kind of assume it will never get built. Doesn't appear to be getting built, which... Like you need to connect to the outside connection, right? If there's a view mode that shows you that, I thought. Something of that nature. There, outside connections. Oh, that's about like what they're getting. It doesn't show like a route. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. What if you put a blimp there? But if you connect it up and they'll build it, then you disconnect it. Do they move out? I don't know, because they're not building it, even though they can. there we go. Don't have water and electricity. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's a thing to think about. Water. Okay, but it's built. Then I disconnect them. Let's try and give them water and electricity just so that they don't move out for that reason. How do you get water supply to a house when the pipe's got to cross the canal? Apparently you just go across the canal. Okay. So it makes it seem like the pipes are like barely underground, and then they just magically span the canal through the air. Okay. Like they're not there now. But there we go. Ah, they need these buildings need power as well, don't they? So they've got all the minimum services. You can get the others from within it. So it did look like you needed the outside connection to get them moved in the first place, but they're not. There are 0 households in the building. Okay. Because they're choosing not to move here, they'd rather live in the city because of the service coverage, or because they can't live here? Bit unclear. Perhaps not the best map to be testing it on when we've got all of that going on. Put a park. Make it more attractive, yeah, yeah. Still unhappy. Give them a clinic, fire station, police station. And they're still unhappy. Connect the road. They're still unhappy. Interesting. Don't know. No one wants to live out here. There we go. Household moves in and they're very happy. Car left. Yeah, I think it's a police car. Yeah. They're patrolling this road. Okay. So that pretty much answers my question. You need to connect to the outside for people to move in. If I disconnect them now and we know there's a person living there, people walking there, probably the people who work in the police station would need to come to work, which they probably do by walking. Or, you know, I'd visit the park. Don't see them in there. I may have just missed them. So yeah, as soon as we disconnected, that household's gone. That's a shame. So you can't create isolated communities. They need a road connection. What if you put the blimp? That's a good question. Here's a good question. Will that count as sufficient transport? I doubt it, personally. I think they need the road connection to the outside road connection. Unless they can do it on rail. little bit of road. Zone in a house. Give it a bit of power. Or a tunnel, yeah. Well, I suppose the point would be to make it impossible for them to drive from one area to another, but possible to still get there, still move in and everything. So let's start with blimp, because that's the obvious one, I guess, or however you want to call it. Gonna need a blimp port and I guess another blimp station. Make some people temporarily unhappy, but there we go. There are pedestrian only tunnels, yeah. Oh, that's not a bad idea, Mondo. We'll test that next. Okay, so that can go there, and then that can go to this island. And does it need to come back, or don't know how a blimp works? From here to here and back. So unpause, I guess. No power to that. There we go. See if we're there to visit a park or something. Yeah. Can you restrict traffic? Yes, using a mod we've got, we can say no cars allowed. But it's like a visual thing as well, I guess. Don't want the bridge over, I guess. I don't know. It's just a random thought more than anything. Yeah, the house has moved in. Play this game once. Yeah. Without the same DLCs that we've got now, probably. So it works with a blimp. You don't actually need an outside road connection. You just need a transportation connection. So you could build a network of islands with canals around, with a blimp station on every island to connect everything together. Land value is middling, not amazing. Don't need the services. No, I shouldn't do either. They should need it to be happy, but who knows. One thing you would normally do is run the canal into the ocean. Wonder why we don't use blimps in the real world. Yeah. The thing is, helium-based blimps are really safe and efficient method of transportation. No one uses them for no apparent reason. Hydrogen-based blimps were a bad idea to begin with. But no one knew that, so... Yeah, hydrogen, the safest of gases. Yeah. I think when the water is in the canal, that increases the land value more. Like the proximity to water is valuable because coastlines are where you find more valuable property, real world. And here, for example, if you came and lived on the dam next to where all the poop water is spawned, really high land value. Yeah, you can. Yeah, it is like not necessarily getting super high value, but you're getting pretty dark blue where the water is, which is good value. Like adding a park would probably be enough to get the green. Is what I was thinking. water montage. Water's really good in City Skylines. I don't know if you've not seen it. This might also be poop water. Yeah, it is. I didn't plan that on purpose, but that's where their outlet is, so... yeah. They've not made enough waste to make a difference to the colour yet, but yeah, that is wastewater going directly into their moat. Oh well. Yeah, but I was saying they have a really cool water engine in the game. It behaves really interestingly, and you get floods, and you get when it rains, the water level rises and everything. You can build a hydroelectric power plant that actually relies on like the gravity of the water to produce more power. So you can manipulate a river using the landscaping to get your hydroelectric power to generate more, if you know how hydro works, which I do not. Which is really cool. And then there's obviously like the disasters DLC, where you can trigger natural disasters and you can get a tsunami which will send a giant wave of water over the island, and you can see it flowing, which is all very cool. Very nice that they didn't skimp out and have a basic water engine and actually did a good one. So yeah, that's like very cool. I did want to check the idea of pedestrian supply instead. So if we remove the blimp, I would expect these guys to move out. Not yet. Interesting. And listen to the warning lady yell about the tsunami for yeah, because it's still there until it flows away. Still there. Interesting. This is about the blimp line that I can no longer delete because we... Ah, there we go. Can I... Yes, I can delete that. Then I can delete that. There we go. Yeah, if you, especially on a map like this where everything's perfectly flat, the water would never leave. So they're actually still living here. So whatever happened before is not relevant. Weird. Yeah, there's crime. There's 6, 7, 8, 9 to 15 people living on the island, and crime rate is high. I think they would be able to sort it out themselves, but I guess not. So one of them's moved out, and I guess they won't be replaced as the deal, so they don't necessarily immediately move out. They're just moving over time because they're not getting what they want. The services, perhaps. Not sure. The other question was, can we use pavement to get them in? That's where it lives. We go from there. Go from there up. Do we need to go up? We don't. We can make a little pavement bridge over. Then run a pavement that connects to the city. Connected at that end. Connected here? No. There we go. Does that allow people to move in? Or do they need a vehicle to move in? Oh, we can... This as well. Does the canal stay full? I expect it does. Ah, but there. When you delete a canal, all the water that's in it floods out of it, which is weird. Around George Carlin project. Name rings a bell, but I don't know what for, Mondo. George Carlin. If they walk there, if you put a school. Don't know. Or like anything they might want. Someone's parked here. Just, they live there. They work there. And they've decided to park their car over here. Well, yeah, if we put any service here that people in the city wanted, they should come over. Like if you put a dog park here or whatever. The schools we've got huge capacity available, so I'm not sure they would come for that. They might do. I mean, we can throw one down and see what happens. But at least the people who work here should walk over to work here. There's one bit in which he proposes putting all the criminals into separate states and fencing them off. And broadcasting everything. Interesting, yeah. So everyone has their own little island. And then the people in the city can just tune into a TV station where you pick which island you want to watch. Yeah, weird. There are 119 students at this school, so yes. I don't see any of those students coming yet. Many wonderful weird ideas. Interesting. There's no one moving into the house. It suggests you can't supply residents by pavement, but they should be coming to school. They're enrolled there and they have access. They've no other way of getting there, so yeah, I don't know. Unless they teleport there. We know teleportation exists in the city. Like in The Island. The Island is that film. I've seen it. I must have seen it. Is it Ewan McGregor in The Island? Thinking of a different one. Am I thinking of Shutter Island? Or am I just crazy? Tri Park? Sure, why not? We know they love dog parks. What else would people travel to do? Yeah, McGregor and Johansson. Yeah, it rings a bell. I can kind of picture the front of the DVD cover, but not actually any scenes in the film. Shutter Island is DiCaprio. Not sure I've seen that one. Unique buildings. Yeah, but I don't want to. Well, don't necessarily want to build them yet, but if we build one, we'll at least see tourists come over here. Should see tourists come over here. Still no one living here. Both are pretty cool, but the island has some great visuals here and there. Interesting. I haven't watched films in ages. Long time. Any films. It's not going there. May have found like the limit of what the peeps are willing to walk. Yeah, I wanted to see little people walking and over the canal and everything. I thought that might be cool. Suck. Acting strange. Yeah, I don't know if there's been a film released in the past 4 years that I would enjoy watching. Well, not I don't mean enjoy watching. I'd enjoy watching the latest Marvel film or whatever it is. I wouldn't dislike it. I just perhaps wouldn't find it worth the time or the money. Yeah, I mean, students are enrolled here and they're obviously getting educated, but they're not physically coming over here. Sad. People that moved out forgot to turn off their lights, yeah. I know, someone living there. Ooh, I wonder what caused that to happen. So if you supply the people by blimp, they move in quickly. If you supply them by a really long pavement, they can move in, just not as quickly. Weird. There with all their stuff, yeah. Yeah. Traumatised and want to get over with, yeah. One day they woke up in the morning and overnight a crew of road workers had come and torn up the road that got them there. Or dismantled the blimp station and taken the pieces away somehow. Oh, I do want to know whether you can source the water directly from the canal and output directly into it. Interesting. Perhaps not also have ferries drive past, although I might like that. We could build a big city and ferry routes that drive up the same lane where all your sewage water's pumped out. And they've moved out again. Okay. So there's something about this that doesn't quite work. And it might just be the distance of it. What if we cut this back so it's shorter and then run a road to actually join the city? That'll make a difference. Looks really neat though, yeah. Really kind of like the idea now of having a city where the grid is canal. And everyone gets around by ferry. I mean, that's, of course, we could put a ferry station on every island. The islands aren't necessarily connected. If they are, it's by pedestrian street. Doesn't appear to have made any difference. Don't see anyone like someone's driving. And they're just driving back. Okay, they just went for a drive. This person, they just yep, it's just a really nice road to have a drive up and down. This guy's parked, but they're then heading into city, not out of city. Yeah, okay. So it doesn't really work by pedestrian, but it does by blimp, and therefore presumably by boat or train or whatever. Oh, people were walking. Okay. Oh yeah, someone parked up here. Oh, maybe I was just impatient. Either way, it wasn't as fast as like when we put the blimp in and they just moved in straight away, so does at least suggest. Though presumably, oh, that water's going to be interesting, all the water from the canal. That's probably going to flood the city because it's a perfectly flat bit of land. Oh well. Oops. Rip the island, yeah. Experiment over. It was interesting, still, for sure. What things we might be able to do with that. Flood is the punishment, yeah, it's coming. Slowly. Interesting that it was a square canal, but it's a circular flood on the way over. Oh, it's starting to spread out and thin out a lot. I think the city might be safe. No, not sure. Oh, there you go. Thins out so you lose the corners, yeah. With the definition. Yeah, I don't know how it works. Wave geometry. Yeah, it dissipated just in time. Good. Still safe. We're still just waiting for things to balance, really, a bit more. It looks like we do need to zone some more stuff in, but it'd be good to perhaps give it some more time. It looks like commercial is a problem. We will need to de-zone some of it and put other things in its place. I could just do with a quick break at this point. So, oh, that's a good point, yeah. Spin a square, it looks like a circle. That makes some sense. We'll see. We'll leave it developing and I'll just be 2 or 3 minutes to stretch the legs a bit, and then when I'm back we'll do a bit more zoning to try and get the city developed out so we can continue experimenting with what we were doing in the city. So see you all in a couple minutes. Hello everyone, I am back. I think the legs are awake. Just have to stretch them out every now and then. I think I mentioned before that, and you can probably hear the chair I'm on is showing its age and not particularly good for the legs if I'm sat here for long time, so do have to wander around every now and then to keep the blood flowing. Okay, we've still got a lot of complaints from the commercial. We've still got demand for residential and some for office, so it does feel like we need to rezone some stuff to balance it out, which is a shame. Waiting for your coffee. Needs to help you wake up. It's got huge amounts of just empty commercial areas. I think we do have to. It's just weird how even before, when we just had the quarter of the city, the ratio was not like this at all. Just weird. I guess, how do I want to do this? I want to find the little clusters we made. I would say we want commercial to be closer to the metro point because visitors are coming in to get to specific shops, so we want to dezone some of the commercial that's around the outside of each one. Let's start with the top and bottom point of every sector. Don't necessarily need to zone anything new in yet. Take it out until commercial's happy, and then we can see the balance, then decide what we zone in and how, because we may need to strip out even more than this. Top, and that's the bottom one. Woke up at 4 PM. Still not up yet. Yeah. Could never. I struggle with going to bed at 10:30, 11 o'clock like I am now. It's always been better at going to bed early and waking up very early. That's the top, that's the bottom. Although in the winter that is a lot harder actually. Tend to kind of get up when the sun gets up in general, which is easier done in the summer. Big jelly. Yeah, I don't know. It's only a little bit, because obviously the job I had before this was meant getting out of bed at about 6:30 in the morning. Isn't, you know, it's not early, but it's early in the winter. It was, you know, struggle for a few days maybe, but generally quite easy. Tend to find it. Whereas staying awake past 11 o'clock in the evening is a challenge. Because that's the south. Let's do the same dezoning in the north. Top points and bottom points of each cluster. And get all the little weird corner bits. Make sure they're dezoned as well. It's that one. So let's start on this side. Yeah, fatigue and exhaustion, but not sleep won't come. Have struggled. Older I get, the more I struggle with that. Not feeling tired enough to sleep, or not being tired enough to sleep. Just, yeah, try all sorts of mind tricks until you can find one that helps you get your brain in the right rhythm to fall into sleep. Which is, you know, sometimes impossible. bottom. Just be one more D zone. And we'll see how that balances out. It's about like how many of these failing businesses can we get to actually properly establish. D-zone enough so that they all establish and all level back up. Then we know we're in the right spot. Try and stay symmetrical while we do it. Which could be a problem. You can go 30 hours before getting sleepy, yeah. It can be about your mind, because you can essentially skip a sleep. Your mind tells you it, even though you've been awake for a long time, your mind tells you this is awake time, so it's not time to sleep, even if you think you should because you've been up so long. I had that once. I had to take a flight at like 1 in the morning, and I figured when I landed I would sleep, but I didn't. I landed and was like, well, it's the start of the day, so just didn't sleep for one day. But yeah. Yeah, I was you fall asleep at a random time when you weren't planning it instead. Zoning does look weird now. It looks like there's way more office than anything else. Which could be a thing about office. It might be that the balance is when you're using industry, like you need less industry compared to how much office you need if you're doing an office-based thing. Interesting. Would be interesting to see what the ratio is. Industry compared to office. Still not making profit as a city. It's not necessarily surprising. I think we need the tourist income in order to do so. I don't think that is enough D-zoning. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like, yeah, 5 hexes per half removed. Certainly looks like we will need to do more. Interesting. Is anything going on you don't? Like, yeah, long car ride or... Interesting. Interesting. So we've got at the moment medium demand for residential. I don't think... I mean, we could refill all those zones we just cleared out with residential and see if that encourages more growth, which leads to more commercial successes that way round, or try and find another symmetrical option for de-zoning some stuff. Now the outside is what I was thinking. Well, one thing we could do is change the commercial down to low density commercial. Might look a little weird being surrounded by high density other stuff, but it could get a better balance. Might try that. Let's do that on all the outside most hexes. I'm going to de-zone them and come back with low density. I suppose for now we could do nothing. If we have to de-zone an excess of commercial, we could refill with low density in order to balance different, maybe. Taking a night train once. You share a few bunk beds. I couldn't sleep there. Interesting. It's too much, or well, you don't know, do you? Why not is impossible to tell, I suppose. Yeah, I've never struggled, I guess. Don't know, just lack of fear or something, I don't know, but various points in life had to, like, you know, stay in a hostel or whatever where it's not particularly like stable sleeping arrangement, but never had any trouble with it. Don't remember of having trouble sleeping. Other than if I'm up at weird hours, you know. Intentionally staying up until 5 in the morning, then I would struggle to get to sleep then. I would see that as the next day and just carry on, probably. And even that's not seeming like enough. Let's do it on the other half of the city. I thought we would need to D-zone, but there we go. Rezone these empty ones with like offices and stuff and see if we can rebalance. So them. If we'll be able to tell when it makes a difference. I mean, huge great areas of no commercial building at all and no demand for it, so even more might need taking away. The outside 2 rows of the city, maybe. Hi Olivia, welcome back. Don't particularly want to make it, so to make it not symmetrical but equal everywhere, we would be dezoning like this one and this one, which would be a bit weird maybe. Though I guess if we put something else in their place it would be okay. It would be very little. I mean, let's do it. Things are not balancing well and not balancing quickly at the moment, so let's take them out. And if we take too much, then we look at how we put it back, I guess, and see if we'll get there. We are halfway into today's stream, and I haven't developed things enough yet to see whether the bicycles are making a difference, which I did really want to find out. When you get tired if you're streaming for 4 hours? No. Weirdly. I know I should. I take regular breaks. It's one thing. It's roughly every 2 hours, give or take. You know, whenever I feel like I need to, but it's roughly every 2 hours I spend 3 or 4 minutes walking around, you know, keeping brain healthy and stuff. Most nights, most days, I'm doing about 7 hours, maybe a little over 7 hours average. Don't really notice at all that it's that much time. Yeah, Sunday was 8.5 hours and it was fine. Which is, you know, a bit much. Was a bit much, that was, but was okay. It's a job for me, you know. This is my full-time job. My last job was 8.5 to 9 hours a day. This one I do same. And it's fine. So far, who knows? You know, I might burn out at any moment and it becomes way too much. But so far, I don't think I'm going to have a problem with it. What do I play other than Skylines? So I stream I mean, you can see the VODs and the YouTube stuff for what I'm streaming. So Anno 1800 and Factorio at the moment. Outside of that, I play pretty much anything and everything, and have over history played a lot of different things. I like games where you build stuff. That's what I've played mostly. So most games where you build something, I've played it. But I've also, I was big on World of Warcraft for a while. I was quite big on Team Fortress for a while. All sorts of different games. I've done shooty things. I've done lots of puzzle games, simulation stuff. A little bit of racing, but not much. Not so much into the cars. So when it, what are we going to stream next? It could be anything, really. Easy task. Yeah, well, you got to... 8 hours is not that long. We expect everybody to go to the office and do an 8 hours of working with just a 30-minute break in the middle. It depends what's happening, It's chill vibes here, that's how we keep it. We keep it relaxed and easy, and I spend most of my time just sat back mumbling about whatever's going on in the game, and people are just hanging out and lurking and enjoying. So it's not particularly stressful. If we were streaming Elden Ring, if we were streaming the latest Call of Duty, that would not be for 8 hours. I mean, it would be for a few, maybe 3 at most, because that would be stressful. And if it was like Minecraft or something where the audience is a bit requires a bit more management, that would be stressful. So that would perhaps not be an 8-hour stream. You can't play hours. Well, I always had that problem before I started streaming. Not always. So as a teenager, could play 24 hours straight without stopping, easy. But when I was working, I struggled to find the motivation to play. So I wouldn't have been able to play for 8 hours straight, just because after like an hour I'd get, my brain would get distracted or whatever, lose the motivation for that particular game, and then get choice paralysis about what to do next and end up doing nothing. So streaming, one of the reasons why I was interested in getting into streaming is because it provides the motivation to continue doing what you're doing. Where me and the audience are doing this together, and it's very supportive in that regard in terms of helping me focus and continue developing what I'm working on. SnowRunner is super chill, actually. Yeah, I've not got SnowRunner, but I played the first one, Mud Runner, I want to say. It has its moments of frustration, but generally very cool game, chill game. So we've dezoned just then like half of the commercial that was in the city. So I think we definitely need to give it some time to develop in the gaps before, because it's still saying there's no demand for it. So I think it needs some time, because I expect it will now come back and say it wants some of that rezoning back in. I would hope. I can pretend to be working as a truck driver, yeah. Well, truck simulators like that, isn't it? If you follow all the rules and take it seriously, you can just spend hours and hours driving back and forth. We dezoned a bunch, but there's suddenly a sewage problem. We have lost power because this got disconnected. Is that related to the thunderstorm? Did we just get struck by lightning and lose a pylon? Interesting, I don't know, but possible. Now the electricity's not flowing up there. It's connected. Are we going to have this? Yeah, we've got this same problem again. The solar farm requires its wastewater taking away in order to provide electricity, and the treatment plants require the solar energy in order to treat the water. So they're stuck in a loop where neither can work because the other one is not working. So we had it with the water input as well. We put just a basic generator right next to them in order to kick-start them. We're going to need to do the same on the outputs up here. We'll just put a couple of wind turbines up here to ensure, because wind turbines don't require the sewerage or the water supply, so they will always produce like a trickle charge that hopefully ensures the sewerage flows, which will ensure the solar can always function. Hopefully. Driving IRL can be relaxing. Driving without VR is weird. Yeah, it is a bit weird. I wouldn't play a driving game in first person on a flat screen. Yeah, without like a surround of your view, that always feels really weird to me. You kind of just want, like, the flat screen's okay for the view forward, but I guess I want the mirrors on a separate screen or something to make it so you can see everything. So yeah, I tend to, any driving in any game, I tend to do third person. Your brother's got 3 screens to do that, yeah. Yeah. First time I got a dual screen setup was for Supreme Commander, which is a strategy game, you know, Age of Empires style strategy game, and it had a mode in it where you could take the mini-map section and put it onto a different screen. So you had one screen where you're playing the game, the bit you're focused on, and then the entire other screen is like your whole overview of the battleground. And it was in fact possible to zoom into it and focus on things, but yeah, I just had a separate screen just because it was like the first game that was like, here is a feature that is exclusively for having dual screen. So that's the point where I had to get dual screen set up. And then now, yeah, 3 screens for various streaming stuff on the outsides and the game on the middle. Although I need... my main gaming screen needs to be sent off to be repaired, which is... I just don't want to do it. I had my second monitor fail, it was about a month ago now. Screen just completely, like the bottom third of it started ghosting badly, and I replaced it because that one was so old. And then the day after the replacement came and I got it mounted up and connected, I've got the main screen has got a failed vertical line, so there's a line just towards the edge on the right hand side that is now just yellow pixels all the way down. And they change colour sometimes, but not to what they're supposed to be. So it's still in warranty just, but it's not like good warranty coverage. It will be sent off and repaired and sent back to me, which I don't know, if that takes 3 months, I need a replacement screen in the meantime. So very annoyed about that, but not really sure what to do. Both monitor problems came up shortly after I started switching the power off overnight. So like completely turning off the power to the monitors overnight, and then a few weeks later 2 of them have technical issues. So as much as I wanted to save on my electrical bill, it may have backfired and cost me a lot in new monitors. If it's related, it could just be coincidence, of course. Can't believe we're still having commercial businesses fail. Got to be like a timing issue. We've got so little commercial zoning in the city. Compared to the other zones, at least. Guess we could like dezone all of it. That would force demand for commercial, and then we could slowly rebuild it. It'd be difficult to know where it belongs really with the mess of everything now. More inclined to fill the gaps with residential and office in order to push the development up. We're getting the little bar of blue that appears every now and then then is consumed when it rebuilds some buildings, so it might just be a matter of time. Which, like I say, I still want to play with tourist buildings, unique buildings and stuff like that, but we've not started. Because I'm waiting for this to develop in. It's been weird, it's been interesting at least to see this size of city develop in. How weirdly unbalanced everything seems. A crime. Interesting. Been resolved. How is our crime coverage? 5% crime rate is fine. Jail capacity is fine. And the green coverage is fine, so random blip, I guess. Or perhaps took a long time for the police car to get to the crime because of the one-way system. Maybe. Yeah, the commercial demand bar is starting to behave differently. So I think we're getting some progress, not sure how much. Big gaps still in the commercial zoned areas. Both sides of the city. North is perhaps a bit more developed. Still some gaps. Not as many, okay. Where do we have spaces now? It's on the cluster of 7, no, not 7, more than that. Like 3 levels of hexagon. So the outer ring, yes, the whole of the outer ring has got no commercial in it. So I guess it would need a balance of residential and offices if we were to refill them. Residential on the sides, offices on the top and bottom. Demand is moving at the moment. Demand for offices is lowering as the commercial comes back in, which makes sense because the commercial buildings they have employment there. Could be that residential is what we need most of, or first of. service coverage at the bottommost point is weak, so I guess the sides would make most sense. Get some in to get, you know, a bit more development going. Let's start with the outside cluster. Do the same on the other half of the city. See how that balances. Still thinking about what we'll need to do if we're going to pedestrianise the whole half of the city. Still need the service points to be accessible by road. I guess we could try our idea of pulling them out of the city entirely. Yeah, I'd like to try that. So the idea was like taking the southern pedestrianised zone, running it off to the side here, for example, putting all the service buildings in this patch over here, like completely separated from what's going on. Then the roads they're on at the moment could be cleared out, turned into pedestrian roads and not used. Because at that point you wouldn't even need the junctions to come off the highway, because you wouldn't be allowed off the highway. That could be interesting. Kind of got a space over here by the Western Tourist connection, with like where we've got a junction that they could use to get the goods in. We could do that over that side somehow. And then we were thinking about cargo rail as well. Not sure that would be necessary, I guess. If we were to put those service points over here in the west, it might be good to bring cargo rail from the northern connection point in there, rather than those trucks driving on the highway and perhaps jamming up this. But I mean, we could address that at a later point. We could start just by putting some more hexagons at the top here, moving all the service points over there. I suppose we could then move the incinerators and garbage points over there as well. Particularly want to move them because then we've got to work out how we're going to zone things here instead. I mean, there's a metro station right next to it actually, so we could zone whatever there if we did move them out. It's kind of a good idea, I think. Let's try it with the cargo service points first. So I'm going to change the electrical pylons that are powering the sewerage. Let's bring them off from well, from here for now, and then if we move the power we can deal with that. Do that, then we can cut all of this back, clear out a bit of space. It's not quite right. Not quite symmetrical. It's better. Okay, so we need to copy what's here. In some fashion. This lot, I guess, to there. Don't want the... Well, we can delete the pylons afterwards, that's easy enough. I want to finish that hex. And that one. That one. Don't want these buildings. That's fine. That in there. Let's remove that for now. Rid of these pylons. Work out. Well, that needs reconnecting. Probably no need for cycle lanes in this area, regardless of what we do with the city. On account of it just being for trucks, really. So follow the pattern. It's aligned differently to the junction I copied from, so this is... That's up. Oh, probably because we fiddled with it on account of it being different here. The left side is up, the next one is down. So that should be changed to down, and we should do that now that we've got more hexes above. So that's actually going to be up. That's going to be down. Do we need the outside hex? Not really. We've got the tunnel one. Could do the next one over, but no, I don't really need it. Just need the ones that join the junction, and then the tunnel does the job. These internal ones would be good to put back in. Okay, so that is this bit. Put back in there. Just reconnect the ends. It's up. Yeah. One goes downwards. They should alternate, so that's going right, that's going left. That one should go right. That one left, that one should go right. That one left. Like that. I think. See, those outside ones not needed. Flip all the rest over to the non-bicycle lane type. Not that bit. Come back for that. Those bits should be that. No, not that. That one. There we go. How many points can we fit in? Maybe three and a bit hexes. We're aiming for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 per side, which is perhaps overkill, as far as I know. We did have like... I mean, you can see the middle two are coloured like they're being used quite heavily, but the others are really not. So maybe we try and reduce it to 6 in the process of this. We'll try it. So if we just line them all... Ah, no. Traffic to them is quite heavy. So I guess we'd want to spread them out a bit. Maybe? Maybe we don't to begin with and we can spread them out later. Thinking around the outside of each edge one, perhaps? Why not? It's not quite central. There we go. 2, 3. Well, of course, you only fit 5 around like that. Can put one there, don't see why not. Which will... What's the direction on that? It's counterclockwise, so all the traffic's going to come in. If it's heading westbound, it's going to come off this junction, head left, up that side, in at this junction, go around the loop, and get out again by crossing there. That's not ideal. So inbound delivery vehicles are going to be coming south of this junction, and outbound delivery vehicles are also going to go south of that junction. Okay, we may have options to change that. If they're coming eastbound, they're going to come off here, turn their right, head under the tunnel, probably cut across the middle here and then join the other guys, or potentially go all the way through the tunnel, and yeah, we want to avoid that as well, because then they'll join the traffic that's coming to the stations that are going to be on the left hand side, who likewise, if they're heading from this direction, they're going to go up and over the top. If they're going the other way, they're going to go through the tunnel and in this way. It's not so looking at it, I don't see like an easy way to prevent traffic flows from overlapping. We've got a whole bunch of people that are coming up this road and then either going round or right. That's quite neat and tidy. Perhaps people coming up the left. We're going to use this bit. I want them to not use that unless they're delivering there. I want to encourage them across the middle, back around here. But even then they'd be joining a ton of traffic. Well, like I say, let's try it like this, see how the traffic builds up. I expect it to be pretty bad. And then we can spread them out, or perhaps even change the system. It doesn't necessarily need to be a one-way system here, or this particular configuration that matches the city. It could be a different one. It's also an option. Let's put them all in and try and get it up and running. See how it goes. Okay, so they're going to need... Well, they should get power off the road, but there was some inconsistency with that. So I'm going to run a line. Some way. Over the top here would be nice. So let's just do a straight line over the top here. One of them's got power. They've all got power, but we can also connect them into this to ensure a bit comes from this direction as well, or whatever. And then water as well, of course. Don't think one line's gonna... No, not gonna catch everything, so... Have a line across the middle, I guess. That moved at the last second. There we go, and then... Yeah, it's in the middle of the hex. We'll just do that little cross to get the ones on the edges. Done that elsewhere before, I think. Should, yeah, get water to them all. So now they're just complaining that they've not got any pedestrianised areas going on. So we need to do something funny with those. So I'm going to bring the north one, I guess, just straight over and make sure all the buildings are covered. There we go. Then maybe just run this one along the roads for, you know, some organisation. Come all the way over and then head up to it. Always cover all the buildings. Funny looking snake, but we'll see if it works. So I think we can now remove, or I hope we can now remove these service points. Deal with the garbage ones separately, perhaps, if we do want to move them, if it works. So wait and see if it works, then if it does we'll move the garbage points and incinerators as well, and the solar farms, I suppose. Clear out a few more inner city hexes. With all these pylons that are no longer needed there. And I suppose removing these from this top edge, or central edge, opens up a few more hexes that won't necessarily have unique buildings in them that we could zone for other stuff now. We'll see how that goes. These ones on the edge, perhaps. See? Once we've got all those buildings in. Okay. So I can still select a service point and get its pedestrian zone information successfully. Likewise on the other one. Trucks are pulling into this area and into a service point. And there is no massive major complaints from buildings saying they're not getting what they asked for yet. That'll be hard to tell because they're already complaining because of our previous issue. I guess. Still not getting commercial to successfully develop out. So I think I am going to dezone more, and we are in the realm of just dezoning all commercial to get it to restart its demand, and then coming and putting back in slowly until it's all good. I think we need to, because it's just not sorting itself out like I thought it was, or like it did last time. Last time it just sorted itself out. Let's, yeah, start dezoning all. Maybe we do zone it back in low density, if that's the amount of it they want. A bit weird. Feels unfair to compare the traffic between a city sprawled like this that only requests low density of commercial against what we had before, which was like a high density, really dense area. There you go. End up with no traffic problems because the amount of businesses is so low. Then it does still kind of answer the question. Hexagons cause you to spread your city out so thinly that you don't get traffic issues. It's less about flow around the shape and more just about the impact they have on how you can spread the city out, I guess. Okay, so taking away the entire southern half has caused demand for commercial to rise significantly. That's not surprising. Still going to take more out. Most of these businesses are still like failing, so maybe removing and rebuilding them is going to be quicker than waiting for them to fail, get deconstructed and rebuild. A little bit more to take away. There, so there's no commercial zoned at all in the city. And now there's high demand, but not very high demand for it. Guess everyone could just drive to a different city to do their shopping, perhaps. Don't know. I'm going to start with the southernmost and northernmost points. Rezone those in first. So we'll start with the internal 4 hexes, the southernmost and northernmost clusters of development. Let them build and see where we are. If that's enough for the entire city, I will be shocked. We're at almost 84,000 population, and we needed, so for about 30,000 we needed 7 hexagons of commercial, high density commercial. More than that actually. It was 7 of high density and 7 of low density. So what we've got now is 4 of high density for almost triple the population, which does not make much sense to me. Delivery vehicles are coming off, spinning around and looking for stuff. They are taking the routes I thought they would, which is not ideal. This junction of Jones, Campbell and Daffodil is going to be a problem. I'd perhaps want to create a mirror. Instead of clockwise, they should be... so yeah, instead of being counterclockwise on the edge, then clockwise here, counter, clock and counter. Should make both of these where the junction is mirror each other so that the traffic goes straight into the circle. And then, yeah, I think there's a way of doing that. Might not need the over the top then, and it might look a little different, but I think it can be done. See? No traffic problem at the moment, but then it's not a huge amount of trucks delivering because there's not a huge amount of businesses in each area that need goods. Our commercial demand has dropped to almost 0, and it hasn't even built all the buildings into those 4 hexagons worth of space I've zoned. Which is, I just don't get it. Why they're needing so little commercial. Something changed perhaps about their consumption for whatever reason. They are perhaps happily going off map, therefore not requesting it locally. It's weird. But yeah, I guess it is what it is. Fill in more of the gaps with other stuff, I suppose, but keeping it symmetrical might be difficult. Might be, don't know. Needs more time, perhaps. There is like a demand there, so they need to build in all of the buildings and level them up. I'm always certain with so little commercial for them to visit, and with it so close to a metro, we're not really going to see a difference between bicycle and non-bicycle traffic. Be kind of cool. Like, obviously we've got the view here that gives us our average traffic flow 91%. Be interesting if we could get that by district as a stat, so we could see then what's the average traffic flow in the north versus the south. I believe there is any way of getting that. Oh, interesting. We could specialise commercial and residential. We've not done that before. Interesting. Do tourism focus to attract tourists but increase noise pollution. Can increase fire. Oh, no. Decrease the chance of a fire starting but increase how quick it spreads if it does start. Weird. Cause noise to make them active at night time, which I guess means more money. We kind of want tourism specialisation. Well, I don't know if that then removes goods for local people to consume. Don't know. Find out, can we? Specialise both of them in tourism. See what happens. Oh, we could give the offices that fire change. That's the only option there, which doesn't particularly interest me. And same with residential, so that's fine. No, I don't think those stats can be separated out in any way. Just policies and specialisations, and that's all you can do. Maybe there's a mod for it somewhere, but not one that I saw. That's about what I expected. Within the city itself, everything fine. I mean, with Deliver Everything, they're pretty much... The only traffic I would expect to see within the city is people moving from residential to commercial. They can all do that by metro or walking. So I'm not surprised if traffic within the city is minimal. We see all of the traffic is trucks delivering goods. So if we turn off Deliver Everything, those trucks will go into the city, and we may or may not have traffic problems. We Deliver Everything on, we get these traffic problems with them coming into this distribution point. So I'm going to try turning Deliver Everything off and see. That might help us see the traffic difference with or without cycles. Take a while for it to cycle through. Currently spawned vehicles will continue the journey they've spawned for, but over time we should see traffic around those distribution points reduce and around the city increase. Although there's very little commercial. It is in the far points of the city, so the trucks have to go through the entire city to get there. And that tiny bit of commercial development still appears to be enough. There's no more demand for it. Build in more residential and everything, which is weird to me, but there we go. I think while we give that a bit more time to stabilise and for the Deliver Everything change to filter through, I will take another quick break. Stretch your legs again, might as well, while we give it a minute. So I'll just be, a couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, wander around again, and then when I'm back we'll see if we can notice a difference in the traffic from that change. I'll see you all shortly. Hello there, I am back. And that's what I wanted to see, a big blue bar, very high commercial demand. That's what we want. Well, at least that makes sense. Not necessarily what we want. I wonder if that's related to us disabling deliver everywhere or unrelated. Should be unrelated. Also weird that there's not enough goods to sell at this commercial, even though there's very high demand for it. Perhaps a delivery problem? There's no one coming to deliver. Weird, or perhaps the change to the distribution hasn't had time to cycle through. Either way, we should zone in more commercial. Let's follow that same pattern on the two central clusters in each half of the city. I think I've got the right zones there. Here. Around this one should be the last one. See how that develops, whether that develops. Those complaints are weird to see. I do get the feeling that there could be a glitch going on in that, like we have with a glitch in the public transport, and perhaps something not quite right about the crematorium services. Just the manner of how we've built this is perhaps not good for the game or the game engine or what have you. Ah, these. Forgot to remove these ones as well. Just tidy that up. We've talked a bit before about how the game isn't like particularly well made, well coded, or whatever you want to call it. As much as we're trying to poke and probe at different things and see what can and can't be done, from like a design point of view, that's all cool. We can design new ideas and that's great fun. But in the actual like functionality of things, we might be coming to conclusions that aren't actually true because the game, this save is not behaving properly, or when you lay things out in this fashion, the systems get confused, or whatever it is, you know. We know that there's something wrong with the public transport. We don't know what's causing it, so what other damage is that doing? We'll never know, really, I suppose. Guess that means there's not much reason to try and make a decision between cycling and not cycling. I don't know. I'm interested in it. I want to, even if we're not going to get the right answer, I'd like to have an answer from the city. Very little traffic over here because they're now only taking in deliveries for things that are on pedestrian streets. So deliveries that are coming in for this, no, that's a residence. That's not getting deliveries. Well, I suppose deliveries that are coming in for metro station, if it has them. The parks, I think they might. Parks might get cargo, not sure. Potentially there's nothing that gets cargo. Interesting. Does change the garbage behaviour as well, so the incineration plants will now be going directly into the city to get garbage, and the service points are just getting from those things that were centralised. Interesting. Still quite a bit of traffic coming around tonight. Delivering, bit weird, not sure what for. Deliver everything is off, definitely. Oh, we've got a police car that's just driving through the forest now. This is probably my favourite bug we've got in this save. Some cars just randomly make their journey without actually using roads. Just driving a straight line there, or sometimes not even a straight line. Weird, but funny. It's too many delivery trucks for... Right. Something's not right. Oh, I don't know. It may well be. It doesn't feel right about the way the game's behaving. Those new ones we zoned in haven't really filled in much. They're complaining about failing and there's very little demand for them, so... I'm not sure we're going to get to the point that I want to get to about growing the city out in order to look at the maximum traffic going on in it, which is a shame. It's time to fully pedestrianise and just see how that goes. I'll do it in the south. We'll say, yeah, garbage is piling up. Not surprised. We'll assume that the bicycle traffic going across the junctions isn't that bad, because we haven't seen a noticeable difference in our traffic. So while there may come a point with a certain level of traffic density where it does matter, certainly at the moment, at this point of traffic levels, it doesn't. So they can stay in. Let's try changing the bottom over to fully pedestrianised, so they will have to be on deliver everything to achieve that. Well, no, not necessarily. It will just, everything we put onto the pedestrian road will naturally become deliver everything, a part of the delivery of the service point, I mean. The things that can't travel on a pedestrianised road are garbage trucks, and that is all. The other service vehicles are allowed on them, so yeah, the only thing we need to worry about is garbage trucks. So they need to be able to get to the garbage service point. So why don't we put the garbage service points on these roads instead? No, that doesn't actually matter, does it? They get there. No, that doesn't quite work. I think the way to do it will be turn a bit of the road into two-directional. We want without parking with sidewalks. That will do the job. Do that there and there. That looks a bit funny. Is there 4-lane road? Yeah. So we'll just change those bits to be two-way. So they can only get in and out of that section using the one-way system, but once they're in there, they can travel to and from the garbage service point without a problem. They'll be able to go from that building to that building and back on this street. Or whatever, you know, around there. Let's do that same thing with this one. So in every road apart from that, we're turning into pedestrianised. Oh, I guess that means the one-way system doesn't matter, because you don't have a one-way pedestrian street. That wouldn't make sense. That's the one I like. I guess. So if we just change all of this, these will make people happy. Yeah, there's not going to be a one-way system, and there doesn't need to be. Interesting. Ah, that's a problem there. The wider roads are going to shrink if we do that. So we need the wider pedestrianised road there. In order to keep those buildings in the right place. Okay, so need to be just careful as we go around changing things to do that. I need to work methodically so I don't miss any, so let's work from left to right. Let's just do the smaller one first, then we'll come back for the bigger one. We got reached the point of the night where I start to get sleepy if the music's too slow, so let's just move it on to the next playlist. So go around this up bit. We do need to worry about the garbage from the areas that are not part of the city. They're going to need like their own incineration plant because they can't get vehicles out there. Let's put one in. Somewhere where the pollution isn't going to overlap anything else. That one should be fine, just in the middle there. They can loop around and grab everything, that's fine. Yeah, we've just gone halfway, so back down here. Oh, I can't upgrade the tunnel. Interesting. Okay, we'll come back to the tunnels in a minute to work out what is going on there. Oh, we also shouldn't go this far north. Traffic heading north of the highway that's heading eastbound needs to come off here and turn around, so we actually shouldn't change that yet. Is it your internet or Twitch? My upload is fine. Ingest on Twitch is fine. My Twitch front page, no problem. And other channels, no problem at all. I think it's you, Mondo. Sorry to say. Yeah, just the road around the junction needs to stay as it is. Be careful about that. As it is, we can put the bicycle lanes back in, is what I'm doing. Around the junction can be flipped, so that can be that lot. That bit. Then this one can be. This one can't be. That bit can be. Done that wrong. I have done that wrong. No, that's fine. Yeah, the tunnel and yep. So where's the tunnel on this side? There, so that can be. That. Not that. That's the bit that can't be. leaving the city running while I do this is going to make some of the traffic very confused, but that's fine. Like that. It's fine, yep, okay. Down the outside here is fine. To left now instead, that's okay. Perhaps a few roads around those junctions I still want to put the bicycle lanes in at, but carry on with this first. And then, yeah, be careful around. So just that bit, but not the actual road that the incinerator is on. Bit there I shouldn't have done. Let's make that correct. Something got de-zoned there in the process of that. Let's make sure to fill that back in right. City demands aren't really changing. Tried to build too much at once, I think, and confused everyone and everything. It's interesting how, like, that junction's gone nice. It's got like a three-way pedestrian wise. This one's got a weird, I picked the wrong one or something. I have combined two of different designs. That was silly. They look very similar, so let's hope I can find the right point where they change. There's okay. Does that mean the cross one I put in is wrong as well? Blue stone, trees in the middle. Oh, that is the right thing there. So they don't join into one smooth thing. Interesting. Did we get to up here? All the way up. Okay, so back down here. Not that one. Silly. Although we could leave bicycle lanes in, couldn't we? Probably unnecessary. But having more than two lanes is probably unnecessary for what's going on here. In or there, I think. We'll keep it like it was, 4-lane road. That's the one, so we need to keep that clear, change that bit first. Or the next. This side. Still commercial here, I can see, with complaints and not developed out, so it's like they want us to de-zone some, I guess. It's weird how little they're asking for. Maybe it's time to change some of this into low density. Try and reach the right balance, because they had very high demand before we put them in, but I guess we put too much in. Yeah, there's a whole section there, not with anything built in it, so it's not right. It needs changing. I mean, that in a minute. Get these roads sorted out first all the way. It's them. It's not done though. This is the bit we were playing with, so that's fine. We need to keep going here. Okay, so that's half the city, of course. People will be complaining, I guess, that they're not getting certain things. That'll be because I've cut off their supply line by turning it to pedestrian only before putting them within the pedestrian network, so it's fine. People will complain. They always do anyway. What's that complaining about? Oh, that should fix it. It's now on a pedestrian road. Wasn't getting supplies, I guess, because they couldn't drive through to it. Now that it's in that network, should be okay. Careful what I do here. These are the incinerators, they're fine. Up this way. I haven't missed any roads. I guess we'll see big complaints from people who are not on a pedestrian road, and that'll be how we know. These guys here getting their rubbish collected. There's all the little roads done, so yeah, now we need to get the big roads done. Bluestone street with trees down the middle, that's what I want. So we knocked that one in the dead middle. Next one's coming down. And yeah, skips a column, doesn't it? So there's the next one. Fine. Weird that they're still complaining. The solar power plant, we'll need to check that. Why it's complaining. That should be a bigger one. Yeah, don't know why it wasn't. There we go. This works, or we've clicked over a lot of roads for nothing if it's doesn't function. Yeah, that's halfway through the city. The south half that we're working on, at least. A few more roads to switch over and we'll have our fully pedestrianised setup down here. Very angry about their rubbish not being collected. That's hopefully going to be solved in a minute when they join the magic rubbish collection network. So they should... oh no, there is like a... harder to tell in the rain, but there is a bit where the colour of the pathway changes. Shame really, the little three-way junctions with the little roads look really nice, like there. Maybe you don't get the same with the bigger road. Or with the mixture, I suppose. Three big roads coming together might have a nice look, but where two little ones and one big one do is not quite so pretty. Okay, that's all of them. Those complaints should disappear, apart from the struggling commercial zones, which I don't know what else we can do about that. I guess perhaps put more offices, more residential in and see if it boosts, because we've got lots of empty spots now where we cleared out old commercial. Just a few roads around the junctions I wanted to add bike lanes back to, weren't there? So let's do that. Did it around this junction. The next one is here. We'll make this tunnel as well. It's all them, and then the medium roads in the middle can go back to like these ones. So that's this trees in the middle, bike lanes, I think. No longer any parking anywhere in the city again. Go. It's all changed over. The commercial zones and the public transport that's playing up. Complaints I can see are the solar power plant cannot be reached. Requires vehicles that are not allowed on this road. So solar power plants can't be attached to what are they called? Pedestrian streets. Interesting, we just have to move them somewhere else, I guess. Got space along these random roads, so why not here? Did just catch flash. There's no water being given to the extra incinerator I put over here. Do we have an incinerator over here? No. Did put one in case in the future I pedestrianise that up and forget. Oh, we do have one right there. No problem there. But we need water supply. Move the power plant to the inside of the hex. It should get water. Yes. Just needs its garbage collecting, which should happen from somewhere or the other. Sure, we're going to fit all of these solar panels in. I mean, we only had so many, I guess, because of the symmetry, so perhaps we can delete some as well as we're going. See what we've got. Probably not. Producing 1,000 using 800. I think we need it all. Unless we change to a different type of power generation. Because I don't have enough hexagons to put more in. What else could we use? Nuclear, I guess. Which can do about 640 on its own. Just needs... And we've got empty space in the middle there, maybe we could use that. Sure, I guess. Down here, perhaps. Nah, let's put it at the top here. I just need to get that pylon out of the way. Big nuclear power plant in. It's going to need a water supply as well, of course. Probably quite a lot of water, but we've got spare capacity. Could be fine. So does that let me delete 1, 2, 3, 4? Yes. And more, maybe? We need more than just that nuclear power plant in order to function. They're not doing any harm there, let's leave them there. So now I suppose the question is whether to move these out. I think we should. Somehow move them over here. Or that traffic's quite heavy there. Let's move them down here. So send this one bottom instead. That's not quite going to work. To send this one underneath. It's perhaps not so organised, but no big deal. This one here is going to have the southern garbage disposal. And then this is going to come down to the other side. Very disorganised manner, but never mind. This one's going to have garbage disposal for the north. Let's, yeah, just move these. Doesn't particularly matter which way or how or anything, I guess. Try and fit everything on the bottom here. There's an incineration plant here already, so we can scrap one. Opposite each other and then change that road like we did there into a two-way road so they can get back and forth quicker. Find the road. That one. Same on that one. Not that one, sorry, that one. They can go between each other, and then I got the ones from this side too. Okay, not quite as well organised as I thought. Go on the outsides, I guess, but those roads will need changing as well. So change that road to that one. I'll have to do the same here. Which, yeah, joins a lot of... no big deal. Could restrict traffic on them. I think we already did. No. I think I meant to. We may have just replaced all the roads since I did. Doesn't particularly matter on this end because they're running into a pedestrian street, so just leave it unless we spot a terrible traffic issue there. Those are still limited, which is good. Yeah, it's just garbage that they needed. So that's interesting. The garbage from the solar power plant can't be collected on a pedestrian route. So I need to move the northern ones down here. Reconnect that power connection. Interesting. So these being successfully powered just by the wind turbines I put there. So I don't necessarily need this connection. It doesn't hurt for them to have it, just in case, I guess. Get a successful connection. There's no blue zone around them. I think what I'll do then is increase power generation here in order to cover it instead. Remove the pylons entirely. And these ones are going to be the same as those, but here. Oh, they need water, okay. Horse. Did that on the other one, but not there. Last two to move. And the roads they were on can be pedestrianised. It's something zoned into them, I guess. It's close to a metro station, so might as well use it. Okay, see if that works. They garbage magic to halfway across the city in order to get rid of it. Okay, so yeah, those it doesn't really make a difference in the north, does it? Because we haven't changed that. Here in the south, they can. It's that's cobblestone, wrong one. It's bluestone. Still got a huge amount of failing commercial business, but the commercial demand is now rising. So I don't know if it's just some kind of enforced manner to make you go slower when you're zoning out, zone less at a time, and everything just collapses if you build too quick, and you get the wrong ratios because yeah, it's all moving all over the place now. These ones are failing, but they should be rebuilt, and that should fulfill the demand that's there, because there is an excess of demand. Something about it isn't right, and I'm not happy about it. Got all these gaps in the city now, I don't know what to fill them with until that stabilises, which, like I say, might just be a time thing, but we have left this running for like hours, and it's not really settling. Will need to keep an eye on the traffic on this left side. Maybe I should look at doing what I was thinking, changing the one-way system here, because everything on the south is now on a pedestrian street, so it's all going to be coming to these service points again. So yeah, let's look at changing the way these go. So these ones, they come off, they go under, they come into the loop. It's the other side we want. No, there was no easy answer. change that. So if they're north and they want to come down, they have to go through the right-hand tunnel. So we change it so they go up the middle. Like they're going up the middle, so we make them go up the middle. Down the outside. The middle and down the outside. Using all the trucks now, but still. That doesn't work at that point. Needs to go a little bit further. It's fine. So they go in at that point and out at that point. In at that point, out at that point. Same deal. Here still splits. Interesting. Tourists or something perhaps. Oh, there's a big traffic jam. People wanting to come off. Interesting. Shouldn't be happening. Should move over way earlier. I mean, we can change it slightly if we make it clear at that point only the inside lane can come off. Then they will move over earlier, but you might just get that same traffic jam further to the right, basically. Do the same there. Just move it further back and try and get them to go in earlier. Maybe. Don't know. We'll see. Yeah, so they're still doing something weird here. So people coming from the top left heading eastbound is, I think, what they are. Yes. They need to go down through the tunnel. Then they're going up and around, which is unnecessary. If that went the other way. So what we want is to flip-flop these. Turn that one around. Do we need to turn that one as well? Not if we're keeping the top road, so they can come off and go around the top road. If we flip that, we will clash with... No, we won't. Yes, we will. Eastbound heading to the top right. Are probably taking that one. It's probably best. That layout should be an improvement, not necessarily perfect, but an improvement over what it was when it had the issue before. I think we may just have big traffic jams around this junction without spreading the delivery points out like way over the city. It's just how it's going to be, so it should be fine. So demand for offices and residential keeps going up and down little bits, even though we're not changing it. Commercial is still high. No businesses in the north are failing, just in the south. Interesting. That could be related to the supply of goods. Or a coincidence as well is also a possibility. What is public transport doing? I can see all their complaints, which I'm ignoring because I can't be bothered to delete and rebuild everything all the time. Now the north-south loop appears to not be working at all, which is brilliant. And that could be related to it having all its stops in the middle of nowhere. Let's make that one again, I guess we have to. Should be going from there to there. There and back again. It's doing without issue. Yep. That is north-south loop. And was deep purple. Going. The other ones as well, I suppose. East tourist connection. That could just be. Could be because there's no one. I don't see the lines there, so it does appear to be broken as well. Oh, there's the line. No, that one looks fine. No. The white line then appears on the highway from off map. So the train is going to go from that metro station through the tunnel, round the corner, round the other corner. Then it's going to shoot out of the tunnel, off the map, get onto the highway, still in the metro train, and drive south. All the way around, come off the junction here and stop there. I just drag that to where it should be. There we go. Maybe that'll fix that one. The centre line, which currently connects nothing down the middle of the city, is transporting a few people every now and then, which is weird. Taking them, I guess, from the central station to the middle of nowhere, just to, I don't know, see a metro station, I guess. The others all have passengers, but not big numbers of them. That one's not broken, so... Oh, that's the one we just fixed anyway. The others don't appear broken. We'll see. A lot of bodies not being collected in the south. I get the feeling it is not viable to make a pedestrian area this big. Not so much because of the way the service buildings work. They seem to work fine in a weird configuration like this, and the garbage as well. But getting the services around has got to be difficult. Can drive around, and the speed limit's quite low, I think. Yeah, 20 everywhere. So it could be... Don't know, can we increase it is my thinking. Probably shouldn't allow police cars and hearses to go extremely fast on pedestrianised streets, but we could make them all faster, and then perhaps those service provisions wouldn't be so bad. I mean, 40's what it was everywhere before. Let's see how it goes. Not realistic, I suppose, but interesting regardless. Okay, we've got just a handful of commercial businesses complaining about the supply of goods in both parts of the city. Very high demand for commercial now. Out of nowhere, really weird. But I guess we zone more commercial in, that's what they're asking for. Maybe less than we zoned in last time, because it took a long time for that to balance. So if we just do the inner two there and the inner two here. Likewise in the north, these ones and these ones. It's about half as much as we put in last time. Maybe it will grow out. It's more steady, like. 110 kilometers an hour on police cars driving through. I mean, we can see what happens. I don't think there's any configuration for like accidents caused or anything. It's just they're going to drive through them. But we can go 140 kilometers, or we can go unlimited. Now there's an idea. All these pedestrian streets are now unlimited speed. So there's lots of corners, obviously, so they're not going to go that fast because they have to turn the corners, but on every straight section they're going to zip off sometimes. There he goes. Whee! And the hearses too. Off they go. Whee! There you go. As safe as the driver thinks it is, they can keep going. Okay, of course we immediately get commercial buildings complaining about the goods, and the demand has completely disappeared, so even that was too much to zone in at one time, I guess. Just have to give it time to develop out again and stabilise, hopefully, but just a bit weird the way it's going. It's fine. I mean, I'm not surprised, but this did work. Weird dogleg pedestrian zone painting. You can put your service buildings wherever you want. I'd assume they do need a transport connection. So we've got roads, but perhaps you could have a cluster of service buildings. Then your entire city is disconnected from all roads, and a blimp takes the goods from the service point into the city. Should be interesting to see. And then cars don't go in the city ever. Not even through it or around it or anything, potentially. Likewise with the garbage, it's magicked from the buildings into the garbage service point, then the incinerators just have to go pick it up from opposite. Seems fine. Oh, we've got blinking aircraft now as well. So boats that blink in and out of existence have... there they go. And now the airplanes blink in and out of existence. We just need a few trains blinking in and out of existence. We've got everything. Interesting. Hotels, or some of the tourist specific commercial buildings are only one level. Oh, they're always the highest level. Okay, that's fine then. Not a problem. Let's see the traffic difference. So there should not be a traffic problem in the south because there should not be traffic in the south. But there isn't really a traffic problem in the north either. It does flow well with the volume of traffic we've got, which I don't think is very high. Average is still around 90%. Not sure how much higher than 90% you could ever go. Speed and safety are the most important things in Hexagon City, in that order. Specifically, the important things in Hexagon City are hexagons, speed, and then safety. So as long as you're travelling in a hexagonal shape, you can go as fast as you like. But there are speed limits on the highways because those are straight lines. Right in the top 3, yeah. Yep. A few commercial buildings still complaining, but demand is growing again. Certainly weird. More complaints in the north about the service provision than in the south now, which is probably because garbage trucks and hearses in the north have to travel at 40 kilometres an hour. Must be like an interesting junction here where you're travelling at 40 miles an hour and then you get to the rising bollards, they drop down and there's a sign saying no speed limit anymore, and off you go. Big complaints about the supply of goods. Not enough goods to sell. Despite there being high demand for commercial and 10% of the truck capacity used. Just driving at the speed of light through here, yeah. I mean, yeah, it applies to cyclists too. They can cycle as fast as they like around here. You can run as fast as you like. You just have to be ready to jump out of the way if you hear sirens. A very intensive training course for all of the ambulance, police and fire truck drivers on not crashing into trees while taking 120-degree bends. Certainly interesting. Now, I mean, we did see traffic problems with hexagons when we had that really compact area that was just tons of high density commercial together, so it's not necessarily hexagons that are providing the great traffic flow here here. It could just be having commercial spread out and dotted around that's more important than the road shape at all. We could still split all the hexagons in half and really pack in the zoning, but the city not developing in a smooth manner makes that kind of unachievable. We'd be here for a long time getting all the buildings built, and as we mentioned earlier in the stream, I'd rather move on to new things, new cities, if we're going to do cities, but new games for a while. suppose this may be the problem with the, or related to the problem with the pathing of the metro. If the trains are linking in and out of existence, it could be what's causing their pathfinding to go funny. I haven't noticed any of them going weird when we're watching them underground. There's the yellow one, it's driving back and forth okay, it seems. Oh. As I say that. No, it's driving okay. The white one's broken again. No. It's okay. Oh, it's here that it's, yeah, it's broken there. It's just zipping off into the city. Let's recreate that again. That is north to east tourist connection. Was white. That didn't save it. Have to north to east tourist connection and hit enter. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's... I think dragging the traffic flow down most is this junction to get goods into the service points, which is fine. Really. It should be busy. We could no doubt fix it by increasing the speed limit around here. Yeah, the hotspot is this point where they go from, so they're 100 on the highway, 80 on the ramp off, and then down to 40. Which is just going to cause it to go red because they're having to slow down. And there's a car in front of them when they do so, so it's going to be seen as a traffic issue. But it is flowing, yes. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Unless we get this thing again. Yeah. Kathleen Phillips is walking from the job to her parked car. But every now and then one is allowed to drive through. Something about the save, the mods, or the game in general is definitely glitched on at the moment. We're it's going to take forever for it to make that journey. Oh no, yeah, that was someone else. Oh well, there we go. Driving home now. I wonder if that's related to having like no roads with parking spots on, just spawning people's cars in random places. It's weird. But yes, it was flowing. There was a slowdown where the speed limit changes, but then the trucks just kept moving, did their delivery and left. It wasn't like a stoppage really at all. No pets allowed, yeah. Everywhere. Citywide policy, because reduces the garbage accumulation. So happiness, we've obviously balanced out because we had 99% happiness in residential. And reducing the amount of garbage they make is helpful, I feel. Worth it. Reducing the number of dead bodies would be good as well. Citizens prefer ferries for moving in the city. Well, that'll be helpful for our canal bill. Interesting. You can boost education by using blimp routes. Just random policy stuff that exists. Okay. Yeah, educational blimps would be interesting. It's quite unnecessary, I would say. We're not, like, we've not done anything special. We've got no public libraries. We've just got the basic educational institutes and nothing boosting them, and we get residences leveled up to max pretty quick. I mean, perhaps it's more helpful when your population is significantly larger. Maybe. Starting to get demand for commercial again, but there are still complaints. Bit weird. There we go. Zone more in. Probably not yet. Wait for it to go to very high, I think. Tweeter is helping, is it? They like cycling? No, they don't like cycling. Tough. Why must there be so many public transport vehicles everywhere? Can't find a parking spot. No parking makes me sad. Interesting. If parking makes people sad, is that like an actual thing? They'll stop smiling so much? Don't know. I mean, not much we can do about that. In a pedestrianised build. Change the roads to allow parking, but still isn't enough for everyone. You can't, like, there's no building that is like a parking structure that makes people happy. I'm not sure where you would put it, as they seem to just park in a random spot. We could just put a bunch of roads like that's got parking, that's got parking. We just built like a giant parking lot out here where you just park. Need assets. Oh, so you could download assets that are parking spots. Interesting. If we connect this, they're going to park here, I think. Oh, can't connect it there though, because that's pedestrianised. So that won't really work. Then, like, what do? They walk from here to wherever they were intending to go, and then when they're done, they walk back to their car? Just weird. And will that make them happy now? They're not going to complain about not having parking spaces because they can walk for like 10 hours to get one? If we go across, they can't park. Can't park on the junctions, so no, you want long straight bits like that. Well, of course they're parked on this road. That's silly of me. Shouldn't have given them a road that allows parking on the way there. Is that one? Yeah, that moves them. Okay. Probably want to do something to stop them from going on the cross bits. Does that one... maybe? Yeah. Oops. There's a few here, but only really because I nudged them here by changing that road, I guess. Don't know whether you should see people like walking down to go get their car, shouldn't we? I don't think they do. I think they teleport to them. Here's someone coming along. We don't know whether they've just come for a fun drive down the long straight road or whether they're actually coming to park. This is a long road. There's people walking to their cars. No, just going for a really nice long drive. Yep, okay. Okay. Where did the people get to? Did they make it? Made it to their cars already, maybe? Oh, yep, they made it to their cars. And they're driving home. It's weird, like... baby in the car that can't sleep. Yeah, I need to give it a long drive. Perfect road for it, yeah. Don't know. We'll have to see what happens in daytime, I guess, to whether they come down there. Weird. Doing here looks good. It's moving. A few stops there. Okay. Still this issue. People that want to come off not moving over early enough, which is silly. I mean, that's probably a TMP's to do with how we have configured things and how they make their decisions. Not sure if the vanilla traffic would do the same problem or whether... I mean, probably the vanilla traffic would be worse, but perhaps more predictable in a way that could be encouraged, don't know. I've seen that a few times. Yeah, just take the unhappy baby away and drive it around a one. Sometimes you get the right road, it shakes them enough to soothe them, but yeah, like you say, at the very least it gets them out of the house so that whoever was looking after them first gets a rest while someone else deals with it. Those 3 cars are still there. No one else has come over to park their car recently. It's too far away, perhaps. But then, like I said, I don't know what you really do if they want parking. We can set a hex aside that's just a bunch of parking. Put roads down the middle of it, but then you get tons of junctions around the outside of it that slow everyone around it down. We could do that out here, I guess. Reduce the traffic. The only traffic's the ones that need to use the one-way system to manoeuvre. If we get like your basic road that allows parking and run it over a few times. Doesn't want to go too close. Interesting. Can we get a last one there? No. Can't go too close to the junctions, so... 7? No, that's 8. to snap just slightly before. There we go. Could sleep in the car, but yeah, it had to be moving, yeah. But, you know, whatever it is, whatever there's a the lights, the sounds, the movement, whatever it is. Never know what it is that's going to make a baby calmer, or the opposite, sets them off. There's a bunch of parking in a hexagon. Adds, like I say, an extra junction into the mix, but here's what it is. It'd be nice if I could have got it to snap so that the pavements joined at the end of every single one, because then people could walk across the pavement sections to get back to their car. But it provides parking, I suppose, if people were after it. Yeah, we could use move it to force them in, or we can probably fit like tiny bits of pavement to... Oh, you can't do a single... Interesting, but we can do that and this and so on to get them closer. Or I could have changed the snapping configuration to get them all to do what this one did. Somehow, I'm sure. I'm not trying to do it necessarily, just an idea, you know, to put in and say, you know, we could have done that interspersed between everything else. I mean, we could still do that on this edge here. We've got nothing else to put there necessarily. But yeah, no one's really using this. They're not that desperate for parking that they're going to go that far away to find it. Looks nice. Yeah, not bad. Perhaps a few too many street lights is all I thought. Making it light up a bit too much compared to what's around it. But that might look pretty cool, like in the middle, with a bunch of high-rise buildings around it. And that's your like parking lot. You like remove a street name. No, it needs a name, which is a bit of a shame. Could use a dirt road. Give that a go. See what one of them looks like. Let's try that on the other side so we can see them separate. Oh, it's got no lights at all. Interesting. Perhaps the normal one across. Maybe for the middle one. Dirt road for the rest. Something weird here that those lines aren't lining up right. Getting these to snap is going to be impossible, I think. This one won't snap off other than there, which is weird, but okay. Which, yeah, I mean, in a city it doesn't look particularly great, the dirt road in general. Don't know, what other options have you got? You've got no parking on the ones with grass or pavement, so it doesn't really make sense, any of the other ones. Do the wider road that allows parking. No, I don't think that's a better look. Yeah, nor that. But the... Not bad. I think in between all the buildings the lighting wouldn't look so bad as it does on the edge where there's nothing to this edge with lights on. I mean, people clearly want parking. I mean, that person lives there in the residential area, works up here, so he's parked up here. Then where did he keep his car? He can't drive it home because it's a pedestrianised area, so I guess we would want... It's so excited, yeah. Yeah. It's not, he hasn't parked it because it's close to work, he just learned there's a new parking space and has gone and check out what it's like. We could put a bunch on the edge of the pedestrianised area to park in, I guess. That would like make some sense. Have your giant pedestrianised zone and then some parking spots next to it. Be pretty cool. I think something can be done with that, although I think I certainly prefer the idea of getting a parking lot asset that you just plop down. Probably couldn't get a hexagonal parking lot asset, but square ones might do the job. Interesting though, but they like it's a not a need but a desire of the population to have spots they can park in. Very interesting. So now our residential need has dropped to very low. There's high demand for office, but also higher demand for commercial. No business is currently complaining about goods, so one there. Just a bit weird. Want to see what they want. Yeah, on the tweeter sometimes. Some of it's completely unhelpful. Was perhaps just commenting on the things you've got. I guess it's a reminder that we've used tourism specialisation in case we wanted to change our mind about it or something. Still demand for commercial. Let's put more in. Almost back to the point where we tore everything out, so kind of hoping it will balance back out with all of that. Not sure though, might need more offices putting in. So these are the ones, these outside edge. That one. And then that one and that one. See if that can develop in successfully or leave the demand afterwards. Don't know, a bit of a weird one. While that's growing in and starts to level up, before we look at it, I will just take one more short break, probably the last one of the session. It's 6 hours and 20 minutes in. Hello Aki, nice to see you. I'm just going to take a couple minutes break, just 2 or 3 minutes, and then I'll come back and we'll do some last developing and playing around with the city for today. So I will see you all in a couple minutes. Hello everyone, I am back. And sorry, Aki, to run out and take a unauthorised break just as you arrive. Nice to see you. Probably going to go for maybe another hour or so, I should think. Current thinking is I'm kind of finished playing around with developing the city out, filling all the bits in for maximum density, and then next session we'll look at the unique buildings and bringing tourism in. That'll be like the focus for next session, which, like I've said, will probably be the last one in this city. That's all good. Need to pedestrianise the north because it appears to have worked perfectly fine in the south, so I say we do the same thing everywhere, why not? And then, yeah, finish developing it. So still a small amount of commercial demand after we put everything in. Let's build a building everywhere there. This might stabilise out okay, perhaps. Let's do the pedestrianisation of the north first, and then we'll see how it goes. I'm gonna remove our parking lots. Maybe we'll put some in the centre near where these tourist buildings are going to go to give people somewhere to park outside the pedestrian zone. It's interesting how much they want to park. Okay. So, blue stone pedestrian with trees in the middle. So what's going to replace this type for little roads? We've kind of prepped everything to match the other side, so we should be okay to just change it over. There'll be a few complaints as we go. Businesses and people who can't get garbage collection or whatever because I've cut them off or something like that, so hopefully we can get it all done before anyone leaves or anything collapses. Fingers crossed. That's a mistake. Need to fix that. Need the wider blue stone. Big trees. There we go. Lost a bit of zoning there, so let's try and fix that. There we go. Back to the smaller one, not the cobblestone, the blue stone. That's going to be okay for there. We'll see. No big deal. I can't change that one. Need to move that post out of the way temporarily. We can. Move it back. Trees are clipping through the road, but no big deal. Something's changed in Move It. It's snapping that into different places. It's interesting. Oh, that could be because I have snap enabled. Yes, it is. Okay. Just never moved anything with snap enabled before. Cool. Fine. Ah, yes. We need to work out what to do with the tunnels. Interesting. I'll just steer clear of these junctions for a little bit and do the rest, and then come back and work out what we're doing in the middle here. We might still want some road to the tourist buildings, I guess, so we may not fully pedestrianise everything. We'll see. We'll come back to that in a minute. Let's do what we did the other side, and if I can work out how. one does change. That doesn't. Okay. So that I just need to change back for the time being. That is, so that is. Yeah, I should do this and then we'll go through the middle of the city just so I don't get too confused. So did I do this end? That is. From there and around. And up. Yep, and then all of this. A little bit there, but do that. That. Around there. And... no, lost it. Yeah, that's fine, like that. And there, yeah, that makes sense. All of this. Leave that bit. That bit wrong. Let's fix that. Make that blue stone, yep. Do them, do that middle bit. Around there. And leave that, yep, good. Okay, then yeah, let's go up and down, I guess, like we did before. Commercial demand's dropped pretty low again. Might be okay. Office is relatively high, but not that high, so try not building anything for a while still and see how that changes, if there's anything still to develop. Yeah, a few complaints about not being able to get their garbage collected already, which is because I've cut off all the connections already, I guess. We should pause just in case. I will. Just while we sort the roads out and then we'll unpause again. Well, till we're mostly done, I guess. Traffic's going to be a bit confused for a while on the basis that can't actually get to where it was trying to get to. Yeah, almost halfway. This one is the halfway point. Getting there. Mustn't forget to do the wider roads that cut across after we've done all these little ones. Kind of tempted to put some parking lots up in the middle of the city, so you can come off the highway into a parking lot and then It's a pedestrian zone everywhere, so we'll see. Solves the problem with those tunnels. I would have assumed you can put this type of road into a tunnel. It might be that you just can't upgrade a tunnel into one. So just have a quick look at that, whether you can or can't. Then yeah, work out what we're going to do on those highway junctions, because the entire city is pedestrianised, then not much point in having junctions off the highway that come into it. That one. It's fine. Just must have done a bit more earlier. That bit confused me. It's good. The edge of the city now. All the little roads, I think. So let's get the big ones done first, then we can unpause. Blue stone with trees, good. Want to do the dead centre as well? No. Yes, we do. Like that, that's perfect. Road that's still a road remains a road at the junction as well, that's pretty cool. Those should stay the same for now, but that one should change. That one. Not that one, but yes, that one. Not that one, but yes, that one. And then, yeah, we'll work our way up and down, I guess. Oops, that's not good. Needs to be a thinner one to refill those zones. There we go. To the wider one. Yep. Try not to accidentally demolish anything more. Could cross actually, that might work better in my mind. To be almost there. Yeah, I can see the edge of the city, so we're getting close to the peak. Well, there's a centre actually, which is over halfway when you're working towards the peak, I suppose. Oops. Fix that again. Refill. Then, yeah, back to the wider one. Double check it's bluestone every time so we don't end up with any weird cobblestone streets randomly. There we go. Okay, unpausing. They now know they live in a pedestrianised area and they'll hopefully get used to that quickly. Should have, because I set the default speed limit earlier, so it should still be unlimited everywhere, good. So yeah, we just got these highway junctions to work out what we're doing with. The idea was the metro station's here so that the like tourist building can be here. But I guess we could put a parking lot there and the tourist building next one over. I think the main problem is, not the main problem, a problem is a lot of these touristy buildings create noise. Not much noise, okay. Well, there is for that one. So they would be better off in the middle there. So it's like the next ring around I'd want to put the parking in, but then that's got buildings attached, so that's no good really. And we can't just put tourist buildings in like the next bit over. Ah, missed a few. Ooh. Oops. You can tell by the lights, they've got different colour, so find the ones I missed, and that one. Hopefully that's all of them. So we could not have tourist buildings here and have parking instead. Just have them here, but that doesn't, I don't think that will work. So how about, obviously like in the middle there's no hexagons at the angle, they've been taken apart to make the junction, but there are ones here, and the same on this side that we might use. So what if we do, it needs to be the road that allows parking, there aren't many options there. Come halfway across here, the awkward spot under the bridge there, but there we go. Can go all the way across, I guess, because I can't actually drive out the other side. And that creates a pedestrian bit they can walk through. Then, yeah, we just do what we did, but try and get things to align nicely this time. Let's switch off guideline snapping. We'll just try and use grid to do it. It's a little awkward where the wider road is, I guess. Could change them, but rather have the consistency, I think, we live with it. Very awkward underneath that there, but there we go. Yeah, we will need to move it to get them to actually connect. It's not, doesn't need doing, but might be nice. That one won't go in, okay. Let's try some others. Need to do that one short because there's a support for the highway there. Interesting. Well, before, I guess, because it had the junction on this right hand side is got the bollards on it, so it's a different kind of junction to how we had it before, which I guess would be the problem. It needs more space for that to actually work. They haven't joined. If this road was a normal road, then it would allow it there, I guess. That's fine. We'll be missing a row at the top there. I don't think it's a big deal. This one has also got supports, which a bit annoying, but no big deal. We'll just build in what we can, I guess. Plenty of other parking on the other bits that stick out here. Can't really, yeah, can't fit any that side. That's fine. Be slightly different on all of them, I guess. Where the supports are and stuff. And we can do the same on this side with if that is the middle. Yep. Where is the middle of that? Must be there. Same here, yeah, you can't build on that last stretch. No big deal. Show demand has just disappeared completely. Don't know why. So do we want to zone more office in to try and balance it differently? Probably. Just a little bit perhaps. There's somewhere... not somewhere we can just do a little bit, I suppose. Might like to move this one off of there and into there. Bit of consistency at the top end here. And then in these spots, I guess, now that they're empty, I'd rather put it centrally. Can we there's no obvious option for just a little bit of office centrally. Really? Okay. How about... guess we just have to overdo it. That is what I'm thinking. If we're doing that, we might as well fill them in. So let's do that. Fill the central 3. And then we just move them so they're not stood out on their own so far out of town compared to everything else. It's fine. Actually looks pretty cool. All those random roads there. Like from a bit of a distance. You get too close, you get the names and it looks like a mess. I guess you have to get that close to see the cars. Like above the city, it looks kind of cool. Keep doing it all the way along, I guess. It might take a while though. Next ones would be here. This is an awkward one. There was a post there, yeah. Just have to finish before it. Might help with the traffic to the unique buildings as well. Yeah, it might do. Yeah. You know, we'll see. But I'm kind of imagining tourists might pull off here and then pull into these parking spots and before visiting whatever they're visiting. Be nice to see. Yeah, that's the one you can't. That's not what we want. Didn't want it to go up and join there. Just need to nudge the node back over. There we go. Get it underneath, but there is a... okay, before the post. That one on this side as well. Come under, can't it? Yeah. There we go. Great. So the next one is here. Ooh. I've done something different or wrong there. That must not be the centre. How does that affect things? Fit that one in, but then can fit that. So that would create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fronds, which is what we got anyway. So no, let's get it in the centre properly. 12 in, so that was 13, so it needs to go there. so. Get the camera at some really weird angles sometimes to actually see what you're working on, but I guess that's my own fault for the way I've laid things out. Could have put the highway higher off the ground earlier on. Which I don't know. I like this height. It's one more step up might have been okay, but this seems like a realistic height to me. Okay, so that's those two as well. So each junction's going to look like that. It's going to have these angled parking lots coming off the edges. Just two more junctions to do it on, but that's... I like it. People are using it. Perhaps not so enthusiastically as they were the other one, but everyone has to get used to being in a pedestrian-only city now. Demand for commercial still at nil. No big wave of complaints about it though. Bit weird. Might just about be okay. Do perhaps want more offices still. Would be symmetrical, would be to fill those in, I suppose. So the tops of the cities and then those corners. No great way of doing it. Those would be symmetrical. Let's do that. Random bit of commercial there. Just filling those in. And then see how demand's balance after a bit of time. Let's do a few more parking lots. Carry on. Knew there was another snap point there, found it in the end. Some kind of, post there. It's got a post right in front of it, so that one can't go anywhere. Move on to the next one. Yeah, there's a post under there as well. Just can't get past it, barely. Ooh, cars appearing here immediately. They're really starting to get on board with the parking craze. Sorts of chirps about how happy they are soon. Can't go past either, so just need to as far forward as we can with it. There, which is fine. Mirror of the other one. How is my work? Good. Going well, Vicky. Thank you. Everything's good. It's very cool looking. It's a bit of a weird thing to do, but those little parking streets makes a really nice pattern around. The junctions I'm already very happy with how they look, so city in general is taking a good shape. Lots of holes still. I'm quite disappointed in how it's grown in this kind of imbalanced way where the demands keep moving and I keep getting confused about what they want. You know, not too bad. Carry on putting the rest of the parking lots into place. A snap point there. It's not going to. There it is. At that specific point. Forward from there, but back from there. There it is. Got it. There's one more done. Let's carry on to this side. Yeah, that's what we're going to do with that one. So that's middle junction done as well. Yeah, looking good. No parking, not so much parking tonight. Few people. So we've just got 4 more to do. Here and there. A little bit of commercial demand I can see down there is just creeping up again. Office demand is still the biggest, but we want to see a little bit of everything when everything is zoned in. That should be then well balanced, but sure if we're going to get there at all. Keep giving it a go, trying to get it to develop out right. Is that one good? It's an awkward spot. There we go, that's fine. Move too soon. Do. And yeah, that one won't go in. Okay, that's good. Another 2 done. There's 2 more left and we'll have all of them parking spots in place. It's interesting how the population continues to grow, even though I thought all of our buildings were kind of leveled up and complete. Evidently not. That could be affecting things in a way I hadn't considered, the balance of the city. Approaching 100,000 in the city, which is cool. Big. Almost approaching profit, which will be weird. Doesn't matter, of course. It's sandbox mode, don't need to be profitable, but it'd be cool if the city was profitable. Better stat point there. I'm gonna not sure if we can get it though. That'll do. It's blocked. Good. Last one now. One could be better. I think. Yeah, there is better. It's joining the highway, don't want to do that. We'll go under. So there's the best we can do. Blocked. Okay, that's that then. 2, 4, 6, so 12 parking lots are available in the city, and then pedestrian only from there on in. We can re-enable the encourage biking in the south. Not sure it'll make a difference. They don't have cycle lanes, but they can cycle on the pedestrian streets, so should be good. They should bike. We can ban that, but I don't know why we would. We allow police cars to travel at 100 miles an hour down the street, so if people want to cycle there, they do so at their own risk. Good. The demand chart is starting to kind of balance a little. It looks good. It may yet need more time to balance out in a healthy and complete way. Might not be complete yet. I guess it does mean if we want to add anything, we need to add a bit of everything. So we would need to look at where we can put more commercial in symmetrically, which we've got spots there and there, or we just leave it as it is. It's developed. We're not going to get any more conclusions about the traffic because we've pedestrianised it all now. The traffic was kind of like concluded. The hexagons work fine. They do a good job. Biggest expenses, anything we could affect. We're in profit. Well, our biggest expense is parks, plazas and landscaping, and I don't know why. It's 158,000 a week. And we don't have that many parks. I thought maybe 4,000 or 5,000. So there's 150,000 of parks expenses that I don't know where it's coming from. Might be pedestrian things. I don't think they have a... Oh, I see what you mean. Because these are in this section. They're 864 a week, and we've got 12 of them. 12 times 864 is 10 grand plus 640 from that, so about 11 grand of them, unless they have some additional fee for some other reason. That's about 11, about 5, so about 16, which is still nowhere near 150. But yeah, I hadn't thought about that's in that section, so it makes sense that it would be in that part of the budget. I mean, it doesn't particularly make sense, but it fits that it would be. I don't know. Other than like a glitch or a bug of some description, I don't know why we would have now almost 160,000 in park fees. Unless there's like some... It can't even be one building, it's got to be tons of buildings. Unless we're paying something per visitor or something that would increase it even further. Which I don't think we are. Public transport, recycling, no pets, no. So I don't know. And even we've got a lot of services built, but I don't think we've got 150,000 worth of services built. 50,000 in hospitals, 17.5 in roads. So yeah, I mean, how all the roads we've got paying 17.5 compared to 160, unless then it's been 150, 160 for a while. I was just thinking maybe because the roads are here, the pedestrian roads, as well as in the road section. Maybe the maintenance on the pedestrianised hexagons is being billed to that section, because that's 32 cents per week per cell. And these are like 14 cells per side, and there's a lot of them. So I mean, it could be that, although like it's been 150 even before we pedestrianised the north, and I think before we did the south. So I don't really know. I'm not entirely sure, unless it's again some kind of glitch or bug that was putting all the roads into that section beforehand because we had Deliver Everywhere enabled, something of that nature. That might make sense, like it's the road upkeep that's in that sector, and then yeah, is that something we could affect, not without removing the roads we're not using, I suppose. From remove service points, okay, yeah. Let's remove that one and that one. Oh wow, look at that traffic jam. Cool. Lovely. All caused by a bunch of people not pulling over early enough. Wow. Much of that traffic was just trying to carry on straight, but couldn't because the person at the front of the queue was trying to pull off and should have done earlier up, which you know, could be related to the individual driving decision thing we have enabled. So still 156, so it's dropped by about the amount we would expect it to drop based on what it tells you one of these costs. 864 a week, remove 2 of them. That's about what it dropped by. If we look at 8, so 156708. 156708. No, the road is changing, going down. So no, they're in road, not in that section. So that doesn't answer that question. In positive now, yeah, it keeps like going up and down a little bit. I think it's probably related to the number of tourists who visited last week. If we get tourists in one week, then we get income in the positive. Just. Yeah. Kind of want to zone more in, but we don't particularly have time for it to grow out and stuff like that, and it's not particularly fussed. We've concluded on roads. We've concluded on how you can organise a pedestrian zone in the most ridiculous manner with your supply points out of the city. Guess the one thing we didn't do is bring rail over here. That's something we could. So if we split this rail off and sent it to a cargo rail station at the top here, then all of these trucks wouldn't be causing those backlogs on the highway because the goods would come in by rail instead. Which is, you know, we could do it, but neither here nor there. Those backlogs are happening very rarely. Not necessarily a problem, just if we were looking to improve the overall flow of the city, we would do that. More people to be parking now. No, we created a whole carless city, but still. No one really needs a car, I guess. They should be on the underground. If, you know, the trains are not flying off the tracks all the time like they're trying to do. Like this, the black line now is just floating in midair somewhere instead of where it's supposed to be. The red line has decided to stop one stop short for no reason. Yeah, there should be a lot more passengers than that on these services. West Unis. I mean, yeah, there it is. It's got 1,000 people waiting for one, I guess. We should be increasing budgets on these on all of them. And can you just... So if we have Metro and we just increase its budget to 150% day and night, that doesn't change the route, I'm guessing. Well, I needed to look at the numbers before, I guess. It has, so at 100% that's now got 6 vehicles. I think it had 4 before. And we can check, let's check properly. So the north-south loop has got 4 vehicles on it. If I go to central budgeting, drop this to 100%. North-south loop has got 3 vehicles on it, so it does. It's like a mass increase of vehicle numbers, which I want to do. Might not need to do it, but I want to, so we'll spend the money on that, which will leave us not in the positive, I guess. Hashtag I love this city. That's lovely. Glad that's how people are feeling. It's all down to the excellent parking availability. The good exercise they get jumping out of the way of speeding hearses. Still would be nice to split all the hexes as well. It's a shame really that, I don't know, you can't, I guess, speed the game up more is what I want. I want to split all the hexes, zone it all in, and then speed the game up to magically have it all filled in. No big deal that it's not, but it's a bit of a shame, I guess. We want a tiny bit of everything. It feels like we could zone some, like a bit of everything in. Somehow. Could try. Yeah, it's just that it seems to take hours for it to settle out. You have to put in tiny bit at a time and let it balance, and then tiny bit more and let it balance, which kind of done with with developing Hex City at this point. To that degree, you know, more than a few more hours. And I still want to try the tourist stuff. That's what we'll do on Friday. Friday? Yes. Needs to put something up here. But then our demand for commercial has just disappeared, so things are still changing. Yeah, I wish I did understand more about how and why those things changed. Probably related to the population, and that keeps going up and down, so don't know. If we elders, yeah, we're up to 28,000 elders, which again could be related. Like if people retire, does that cause decreased demand for office zoning? Increased demand for residential zoning to get more workers in, maybe. Don't know the balance. I'm not sure you're supposed to know the balance or supposed to play the game so precisely. Doesn't seem viable. But then that means it doesn't seem viable to build in the sandbox mode, because you have to do everything gradually anyway. You might as well maintain the gradual financial development as well. Well, they do slow down if people walk in front of them. That is nice of them. Yeah, see, I was inclined to put more commercial in, and now there is no demand for it. That would have been a mistake. Could put more office in again, yet again. Where's not filled? Like the tip isn't filled. I would like to fill that in. Do that on both sides. Then there's patches, still a few in the middle here, and that's out towards the edge. And then obviously these four where we took away the incinerators and stuff are available for filling in with stuff. It's a busy loop, yeah. Interesting. It is jamming up. It's weird, like all the deliveries come at the same time of day, like they all come late at night. It'd be good if these people could get out without having to wait for them to get in. Which we could do if we flipped everything round. So instead of going up the middle and down the outside, they went up the outside and down the middle. That should make them flow a little better. Let's try it. Go this side, down this one. And keep going down, yeah. Up that side. Same over here. Down here. this side. Could flip various other bits, but I don't think we need to. Might need to change one of these down the middle. So I'll do that one for now, and we'll see whether it's that one or the one above that we actually want to do. The one above, actually, because if you want to get from that to that junction... no, if you want to get from there to that junction, you go up. Yeah, that's fine. And there they're just turning 3-hole or 4-hole lanes of commercial traffic into one, so it will slow down for sure. Then it spaces them out nicely when they're up there, which is good. So yeah, it should be a little better. So when they get into this counterclockwise loop, they don't have to cross over the exiting traffic. And having removed the factory in the middle there, they now only need to go around that outside, pull into whichever one they're delivering to, and then keep going until they get to the exit point. If they're going westbound, they go over the top and join, and if they're going eastbound, they come down through the middle and join. Meanwhile, this side they do the same, so coming off there or through that tunnel in... no. This side wasn't a problem to begin with. Interesting. So what I want to do is flip the loop around. Then they'll go that way round. And not cross over themselves. Then come down and rejoin there, or go all the way through, and yeah, perfect. Well, you know, better, not necessarily perfect. Good. I think that's probably it for developing the city out. We've just got the tourist buildings, the unique buildings and monuments to place in, and then like fill in the gaps between everything after that to tidy up the centre of the city, see how tourists behave, how that affects traffic and public transport. Bit of a shame that our public transport's so glitchy. It might make it difficult to tell. May need to test in a different city for tourism if the metros won't behave themselves, or you know, we'll just replace them all with blimps and that'll do that. It's not a bad idea actually. Split all the hexes in half, put a blimp station in every single one. Could be better. But we'll look at those in the next session. Like I said, we'll put those buildings in and see how they behave the next time. So I think we will wrap things up here for tonight. We just drop our usual save in. X save. Good. So thank you very much for joining me again. As always, really do appreciate everyone who stopped by, whether you've been lurking away or whether you've been chatting along. Really do appreciate that. City Skylines will be back on Friday, as mentioned. We will wrap up Hexagon City on that day by looking at tourism and unique buildings and things of that nature. It'll be a slightly shorter stream than normal, 4 hours at least, but don't know beyond that, as it's a friend's birthday stream on that evening that we're going to go and join. I will be back tomorrow for my next stream, the Anno 1800 again. We will continue learning more and more about that game and how that works, which should be fun. So that's tomorrow at 2 PM GMT again for a nice long time of chilling out. That's the immediate plan. Let's see if there's anyone to raid into tonight. Anyone still live in the evening? Quite a few people to pick from. Oh, now I have to make a decision. That's not easy. Don't know, have we raided into Sky Palace before? Might have done. Don't know. Why not? It's been a while if we have, so I'll go hang out there for a while anyway and watch. Don't know what they're up to. Bit of golf. Fair enough. Seems fine. Bit of hanging out. See how it goes. Raid is created, so just enough time for one last thank you very much everyone for all the support I've had so far this week. Looking forward to more streams and to seeing you all again soon. Thank you very much, Alazar. Hope you have a good one too. Good night everyone.